I'm recording now. Hi, Blaine.
okay.
In the future.
Hi, future Blaine.
Hi, future Blaine.
Hi,
This is
future
past
Blaine.
Sao.
And pause forward.
How dare you say that shit to me in the
Want
future?
to listen to some egg cracking ASMR?
Right off the
It's
fucking
not egg
head.
cracking. It sounds like you're trying to knock us out.
It definitely sounds like you're cracking it off of our skull. Just clink.
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear what it sounds like.
There you go.
Okay,
Alright,
we're ready.
Mini
Mic
So
check.
Make a case why you shouldn't do the thing.
Oh, no, I'll do it. It's
okay,
fine.
Sal's doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, you literally had the option to make the DM do it and spare us both, and you didn't, so.
I know, but you're so skilled
I'll
at it.
remember
So you've had so
that.
much practice.
Actions will have consequences.
God damn it.
Yeah.
I'm so. Well, Ford, you
This
should have
is-
thought of that. No, I'm kidding. I miss Ford.
In your history check.
Oh, my
Remember.
history check? We were in the cave, all of us in the party, plus the big dragon, and Mal was getting angry, and then Juniper ran out of the cave and went to go visit the crystal cave with the baby dragons, and there was a baby dragon in there, and and then there was footsteps, and then Gromm appeared in the other cave with the rest of the party, and the baby dragon started to get closer to Juniper, and then Gromm was like, "Sup?" And then they tried to, and then Mal was trying to get the cores from the golems, and then Gromm was like, "Why don't you
I never
bring
got the core.
the bodies to the outside, and then we can work on scavenging the bodies together as a town and feed the people." And then Juniper showed up behind the dragon with the little baby dragon, and then the big dragon was like, "What the heck?" And then Mal was like, "You're getting..."
What the heck?
Oh, thank you. And then Mal was like, "You're making me feel uncomfortable with how aggressive you're getting with my sister." And then the dragon was like, "That's nice." And then and then the dragon and then the dragon was talking to Ishadae, and Ishadae was like, "I want to see your treasure." And then the dragon was like, "Okay." And
I
then
didn't mean to say that.
Well,
but that's what
I
happened.
was only there for his treasure, and I was like, no, of course I'm not. If you're offering, I'd happily see them or something. And that's not what I meant.
well.
But that's
Words
what's
have meaning.
happening. And then what happened after that? And then the dragon decided to take me away. Take me and Ford
Secret place. The sweetest game.
down the hole, and then Mal was really upset and almost jumped in the hole after us. But then Gromm was like,
almost cried.
That too.
and then
We gotta go save my sister.
And then Gromm was like, "No, let's be smart about this." And then they
thought
decided
it
to
was
long rest so that Caliban wouldn't die.
More or less. Yeah.
The end. I don't understand why you keep making me do this.
No, yeah. You did good.
Also,
You did
like,
good.
how did I roll a nat 20? I knew none of that.
So good, you inspired other people to do it for you. So yeah, no, that's pretty apt. That's pretty good recap of last session.
Yay!
Good job, Sal. I missed you.
We'll,
I missed you.
we'll sit here for the first moment as I talk you through the first area.
That makes me nervous.
I feel like he's still importing his map.
Oh, okay. I'm less nervous now.
Well, no, because I don't have the map that y'all are gonna just fly over. That's fine.
Wait, what do you mean?
Because don't worry about it.
Fly over?
So let me
We are on a dragon
narrate.
cell.
Let me narrate.
But we're in the earth.
So, as you've both been swooped up and taken in by this dragon that nobody cares to know the name of,
Are we both on its back, or?
you're pretty much
We're
pressed.
in its
He has his two
arms.
forearms. Yeah, two forearms scooped you up, and you're kind of pressed against what would be the general pectoral area. He just has you both to the chest and kind
Why
of
do you say it like that?
kind of holding your heads in his palms. So you get.
Andy.
It's not often you get to say the word pectoral. I'm gonna take the opportunity. All right.
Oh my gosh.
So he's kind of got you. Just kind of he's protecting the top of your head.
Pectorals, please.
Please, Mr. DM.
Run a perception check.
Bet.
And it's kind of cupping your heads from the wind to make sure you're not buffeted.
Against his pectorals, yes.
Oh shit!
Nice, Sal. Get him.
Yeah.
We should have been left alone.
You kind of notice as you kind of going through everything's definitely dark. Your dark vision tries to kind of catch different figures as you're kind of passing through the tunnels at high speeds. More in a fall as you kind of start to catch and even out for a second. Not a lot of light and a lot of just high speed rock and jaggedness kind of flying by. Your eyes kind of finding each other and the inside of this this dragon's underside as you get intricacies of
I thought you were gonna say intimacies.
Intricacies
Why are you?
of the scales being the only thing that kind of catches your eye
Okay, good.
first good 4 minutes of just continuous downward descent that kind of levels out as the wings kind of catch and you feel
Jesus, 4 minutes?
Yes, as your weight kind of shifts into his palms against him, kind of shifts side to side as he's going
Damn, Andy.
through the different areas
His
of this.
pectorals down.
And then it's not until moments later that your eyes kind of adjust for a second and you blink and he kind of rolls his hands down for a second, slows himself as he starts to gain a little altitude and light kind of starts entering your eyes. You look across
Holy
this
shit.
large open area.
We're in the outside.
No.
Oh. I wanted to be clear. Juniper probably actually would have said that.
There you go. Did that pop up for y'all?
Yeah. It's gorgeous.
Oh my god, you're telling me this isn't Xenojiva.
So, your eyes come to see this large, deep blue lake just spread out across you. Some nice mist and almost a sunlight, a large source of light coming in from across the way. Crystals kind of adorning the different caves, and this dragon is slowed down even, so the wind is now much just a breeze in your hair as you kind of take a moment to sail through the air over this large blue expanse.
Wow.
Up across in the water, in the overlays, spread everywhere. Now run a perception for the area.
Wait, you mean my
Can this be for his
pectoral
pectorals too?
perception wasn't enough?
What the hell is up with my perception? I hate it here.
Oh god.
So no.
I'm so distracted by the pecs.
Sam's just staring at his pectorals.
Yeah, so as Juniper's well distracted,
One word is derailed his
you get to take in this nice beautiful blue expanse through everything, and you kind of notice the dancing lights and the just how expansive this inner container is, and this guide of yours that is flying you through the sky, and you get to take in this beautiful picturesque area. You realize that he's kind of almost done a full slow circle in a moment as he's climbed up towards the top of this area, and over the wind and the general quiet of the entire flight, you do get to hear him almost hum or growl as he's kind of continuously letting out a slow hum and tone, very much from his from the middle of his throat or lower end. He's just kind of releasing a continuous hum.
I'd like to imitate it. I'd like to mimic
You've
it.
not paid attention to it. You're distracted.
Oh, you mean the humming was part of the perception?
Yeah.
If you roll a 1, you don't notice anything.
You don't notice shit with a 1. Sorry. You're lost in a daze.
God damn it.
She's got whiplash.
Stairs. Yeah, no, with the flight that continues on for a second, I'll let you roll a new set of perceptions for the next moment. Just to save Juniper a little bit.
Watch me roll a 1. Okay.
Oh,
There you go,
it's
you
gonna
should.
be
I felt like I
even.
jinxed myself as I was watching that dice flick around.
Oh god, I rolled
2
two
ones, that's
ones.
better.
I
No.
still got a 19.
All right,
Yeah,
Juniper,
we have pretty good perception.
your head snaps together. You kind of realize you've been staring a little too long. You kind of start to look around a little bit. Oh, well, yeah. Yeah. You actually hear the humming and the vibration is actually coming from your guide here.
My guy.
As he
I
guide,
wonder what his
Oh.
name is.
I definitely
Yeah.
heard my guy.
guide.
My guy here.
He kind of levels out and he starts to take a downward descent as he's progressing forward across this lake. And Ishadae, you notice, since you were paying a little more attention prior to, you also notice that there's actually a return hum in the air, that there's another source somewhere out amongst the walls that has echoed and returned this hum. And it's with this that your dragon here has his downward descent starts to pitch further and further down, and he starts to kind of wrap you both back up as he rolls his hand both towards his chest again and starts to dive down towards the water.
Juniper's gonna start screaming.
I didn't think Juniper was such a screamer.
She said. Yeah. Any further reactions?
Jump into the lake.
Are you trying to jump out of his
No.
hand? Okay.
I was just trying to think of my options.
Round table. All right, cool. Continues to plummet, and you realize that the surface of the water is very much his destination. He is not pulling up and is continuing to dive down. Juniper screaming her head off, enjoying the roller coaster.
Try close her mouth before she gets in the water.
Take a good deep breath. All right, Juniper. Still screaming?
Let me see. Nope. No reaction.
All right.
Sounds like she's trying to join in with the humming again.
So he continuing to pick up speed almost to what he was before as he was falling into this area. He dives headfirst into the water, large splash. The world around you goes dark again as you feel the temperature drop. The moisture around you doesn't touch you, surprisingly.
What?
You don't feel that rush that comes with it, and as he slams against
they're never
you.
gonna find us.
A good 60 seconds underwater, and you can hear the liquid rushing past you, and you can hear the moistures and almost rain as patters of only drops of water comes and touches against your face and the rest of you. Moment that you're under there and you really become cognizant of what's happening, you hear the rush of water dissipate as he breaches the surface further down into a dark cave.
Question.
Yep.
Was he plummeting at the same velocity when we entered the water?
Like, did he slow down?
Yeah.
Run a nature check with a real easy DC.
Hold on, I'm still getting used to the new thingies. Mother. Oh.
That was the DC. You're fine.
Oh God.
Wow.
+3. Yes, he very much had physical mass that he slammed into, but he definitely kind of, you couldn't really get a good look at what was going on with where you were, but it seemed like he was much more streamlined than you expected and darted his way through the water more than not.
And you said it was about a minute before he broke the other surface?
Yep. All right.
After a few seconds, Juniper probably would have tried to stretch out her hands to see if she could touch the water. Because you said it's not actually, like, we're not submerged.
Yep.
We're like, okay.
So you go, you would kind of like try to reach your hand out and you feel, and you have a good bit of sight, but it's definitely darker than you expected. Your eyes adjusting to it, you feel the inner membrane of his wing. Is what you reach out and feel. Would you like to try and search for any kind of gaps past it?
That makes me feel like his wings are, you said his wings are like encompassing us?
Yes.
Oh,
That's
okay.
at least what you felt, yes.
Oh, okay.
It was the inner membrane of his wing.
Then, no, I'm not gonna feel around.
Okay.
Just have a hole through it so you can see.
Yeah, all right.
So we break the surface and it's dark.
It's dark, your eyes start to adjust, and you find you're at the edge of the water. Around you, maybe not even 20 feet of water, and ceiling not more than 20 feet up, in a large circular bore that you're inside of, where the rock has been cleaned out. Run a nature check from the two of you. But in front of you, there's just a nice dark cave that expands forward with a good bit of light actual at the end of the way.
I was gonna say, if I lose this, I'm gonna look bad as the druid.
Oh my God.
So you're having a rough start.
What is wrong with me?
You know, you're kind of more amazed with the water as you kind of reach back and kind of just drag your hand through the water. It is wet. Congratulations. Ishadae, you recognize this cave as you kind of start looking about, and you kind of trying to gauge the natural formation of what's going on and where you're at, and you realize there's no stalagmites about in this cave. And it kind of sinks in, this was bored out by a creature. There was, at one point in time, a large worm that came through, crushing this area.
Ooh.
At least 30 feet in diameter.
Oh God.
But only Ishadae knows that, so it's fine.
Juniper, don't give a
She's just
fuck.
screaming and crying. It's fine.
This large dragon has kind of breached out, he kind of sets you both down for a moment as he kind of lets you catch your feet on the edge of the water. Definitely where you're nice and dry. Run a perception as well. Out of the curiosity.
Double ones.
Hey, all right, cool. So, Ishadae, you realize as you kind of get to take a better check on yourself as you kind of get your bearing, get to stand on solid ground again. You kind of look around and you notice that as you're set vertically, there's stop that. There's actually sand particles that start to fall from your hair and from around you. Just more sand than you would have ever expected to be the case. starts to fall, and you realize that around the outside of his forelimbs and the paws that were holding the two of you is kind of coated in sand. As he kind of stops and taps them down for a second and beats them into the dirt to knock everything off, and he takes a couple of strides forward.
Sorry, where did the sand come from?
That's a great question. Run an Arcana
Was
check.
he just covered in sand once we came out of the water, or?
Run an Arcana check. Hell yeah. Juniper, you also noticed that. Would you like to run an Arcana as well?
The sand?
Yes, if you're interested, of course.
No, I don't care. I mean, Juniper doesn't care. Sorry, that sounded.
Yeah, you're fine. Each day, you take a second, you kind of grab one of them, you roll it in your hand, and you kind of notice that it is actually a residue of magic, and it kind of you toil on it for a second, you think on it, and you remember that the spell create or destroy water to destroy water creates a sand as a byproduct, and that is what this is. That this guide of yours, as he dove through the water, was also destroying any of the water that would get near the two or three of you. As he journeyed forward through the water, he was.
Would like to say thank you.
I'm assuming in Sylvan.
Oh yeah, preferably.
All right. And he kind of stops for a second, turns his head back to the two of you, and just kind of gives a slight dip as he kind of rolls his head back forward and continues to trot forward through this cave, which we shall transition.
Map! I'm so excited!
Let me check your sight lines and go ahead and reset Fog of War.
Fog of these nuts.
Yeah, the fog is just definitely much more than I expected, but it'd be fine. I'm not going to worry about it. And we will go ahead and activate the said map. Here is him prodding forward a bit on you, and we'll unpause the map for you a little bit as he.
What's he concentrating on?
I'm assuming that was his cure, his
Whoa.
last spell.
I like how I had to turn around to see him.
Oh, you have a cone. Might I'm a problem. My bad.
Oh, it's not supposed to be a cone? Okay, I thought that was...
That was old. I was originally going to make it. God damn it.
I like the cone.
Yeah, the original idea for cave exploration was cone. Why the fuck is that fighting me? Okay. Doesn't like the delete key. There you go.
Oh, cool. Okay, I'm alive.
You're alive. I was originally going to make it for cave exploration for some maps that everyone's vision was restricted to just what they're looking forward at. But we moved away from that anyways. But
can I get a perception on my baby dragon?
yes, absolutely.
Can I get a perception on the dragons over here?
We'll get to that. You get a full perception as you get in. You kind of notice as you kind of got here, he's still definitely cupped to you and kind of still crawled back around to his normal position, but he seems excited and he seems happy with the situation, and not unlike the stories you would have heard about for some four-legged creatures that are excited for their owner to come home.
Look at what we got! Look at what we got!
Yeah. So yeah, as he kind of just progresses forward, he comes up to about this area, and he kind of gives another low huff and an announcement almost of his presence as he comes in, and you see a good handful.
Oh my god! Oh my Jesus!
You see a good handful of everybody kind of turn in your direction. It's a bit better.
Oh my god!
No?
Did they ever take a step back when they all turn? For sure.
They all kind of turn in almost unison as they all kind of look over and
just like steps towards Juniper.
Yeah. And at this point, Juniper, your little one's gonna kind of jump off of you and make a small leap to the side. Will you make another strength check?
Oh, please don't embarrass us in front of these dragons.
Well, if it ain't gonna be that, it's gonna be something else.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Oh.
Ishadae, would you like to make a?
I fly back 3 feet.
Make a strength check as well.
Oh,
You are here. You arm next to her. You can easily kind of steady. And,
Oh god.
Never both gonna fall over.
So this dragon
we look like
excitedly kind
dinner.
of kicks off of
We look so dumb.
Juniper right as you were very focused forward of everything that just turned his attention towards you, and so for Juniper kind of be launched backwards unexpectedly and kind of her back kind of runs into your shoulders. You both kind of fall backwards and land on your ass
Oh my
for a
God,
second.
we look so stupid.
As this little one kind of happily jumps forward, making his little and kind of skitters off forward into the room.
As quickly as she can, Ishade's getting back up, dusting herself off, acting like nothing happened.
In Infernal, as Juniper gets up, she's gonna be like, "Cursed devil." Oh, it was Scottish.
Oh,
That wasn't even intentional. Oh my god.
that's what Infernal sounds like, it's fine.
True.
Yeah, that's just how you learned Infernal. It was just with some kind of accent, I guess.
Some Scottish woman taught you. She's not relevant.
All right, let's go ahead and
Well, we're off to a good start. Let's go join the horse on the table, I guess.
disable that concentration. Yeah, so he scampers off. He takes another couple steps back, and his tail kind of coils in front of you for a second, and almost with a kind of whipping fashion. Run an insight there, Ishadae.
Did it cut off for me, or?
One.
Oh, did you stop
Or-
hearing audio?
Blah, blah, blah. Oh,
Hello?
Ford.
Oh no,
Ford
Ford!
dropped. Welcome back, Ford.
Ford!
Nope. I'll wait for half a second.
I have to practice Slavic accent.
Vodka and potatoes.
Are you here for a disco dance?
I am here for disco dance.
Oh,
Can you
wow.
say that in Slavic?
I am here for disco dance.
Are you?
Wait,
Wait.
that's
what
like,
the- Are you here for disco dance? Disco is hard.
fuck, why can you do it? I did
Just
it in
think
like an
of Zarya.
Italian accent.
Vodka. Are you
Vodka.
here for disco dance?
Are you here for
I
disco
don't
dance?
like the way I say dance or disco. The rest of it I'm fine with.
I love you.
Oh, bye, Sal.
Ishadae, will you make an insight check? Was the request before?
Yes, I will.
death?
I did not even hear that.
Okay.
We know.
He takes a couple steps forward in front of you, and you can kind of tell that he's flicking his tail as if to kind of tell you to stay there for a second and keep some distance.
No, Juniper. She would try to like grab you by the shoulder and hold you with her.
Okay. I'll
grab
let it
by the small
happen.
of the arm for a second, as he kind of takes an extra couple paces forward, and you see off in the distance a large set of purple wings kind of take spread and a leap and a
Oh
hop
my god,
happens
it's massive!
Ishadae says,
Stop!
as this large deep purpley hued dragon in front of you. Just a 20?
What was that for?
I was seeing what Juniper would do, knowing that you're cowering behind me.
What does 19 mean?
Almost doubling the size of the guide who brought you here. This large, deep purple of this dragon kind of steps forward, and they start to exchange this language and this communication between the two of you, as the one in front of you kind of almost proudly sits himself down Yes.
Mr.
Ishadae.
DM,
Mhm.
I want to roll for nature why they look different and why some of the others look different.
Ooh, go for it. This intercourse happens between them, and I would like also.
What?
Hey,
Sorry.
oh, wait, are we just watching?
I would like the two of you to run an insight on such. As far as nature, I think we've been abandoned by Sal. As far as your nature check goes, though,
Males and females.
you can mostly tell it probably has to do with age. Being the size of the larger one, he's probably
Insight.
just
Yeah, but like
Had
this
enough
one...
t-
Oh wait, no, it does look bigger.
had
But
enough
this one's
time.
smaller and it's the same size.
Had enough time to develop a different color.
Am I rolling both?
Oh no,
Mr.
I didn't mean
DM?
color-wise. I meant like head shapes and
Oh, I mean,
like how skinny they are and how like chunky the other ones are.
chunky rude.
I'm just saying how I see it.
It's not something you've really come to that understanding of just yet. Maybe again, just happens with age, but it just seems like a fuller size.
Old.
Do you have an encyclopedia of dragons to reference?
I think it's males and females.
Okay, well,
Are the females bigger? Like praying
I think it's
mantises?
the female. That's what I'm going with. And it's like peacocks, where the males are like pretty and the women are not.
Oh.
all right.
Or
Nonetheless,
birds in general, I guess.
of the insight checks, you've noticed that this the conversation, at least between the two of them, the one that had brought you in, is in almost a prideful kind of defiant way. Seems to be
God,
explaining the
edgy
situation, and the one who is farther in kind of keeps changing his view between the one in front of him, and then the eyes lock to the two of you for a little bit in kind of a huff and conversation, as it kind of turns on himself for a little bit, takes a couple of paces and then turns back and kind of lets out a small huff, and you kind of notice almost a bit of heat and gas that kind of comes out as it snaps its maw closed, and they continue farther back.
And
One at
Sylvan,
this point.
quite quietly, like just enough for this one to hear, she wants to ask what happened.
It'll kind of turn for a second, looking back over its shoulder at the two of you, and in a kind of paused response, you're gonna. For now, everything is fine.
Under her breath, like just so Juniper can hear, she'll be like, "That's reassuring."
Both reassuring.
Is it
Oh my
Kind of
god, I
pleased.
forgot she couldn't understand. Like, don't worry about it. It's fine. Let's go. Wait, are we going? She's gonna take a step forward and then stop. Wait.
Juniper's just gonna keep walking on.
yeah? The one you came in with, at least, has now kind of gone forward, and the larger one before is kind of taken a step to the very back, and you can kind of tell is standing just offset from what you see as a bunch of small wormlings jumping in.
What is this over here?
We're over here.
The roofs.
Yeah, we'll get a general perception here in a moment. But I was going to at least finish with, yes, the large one is definitely among a bunch of children playing in a small pile of crystals and general meats, we'll say. But yes, run a perception for the room.
Oh, you. I thought they were just more crystals.
Run a, yeah.
Yeah.
Each day, we'll start with yours. Yeah, you
great.
definitely, looking about as you kind of enter the center of this room.
12. Sorry.
There's a There's one large crystal that's hanging from the center of this room. The ceiling kind of definitely expands all the way up to about a good 50-foot ceiling in here, to easily house a lot of these large creatures as they jump about and kind of make any kind of movements. It's very generally domed. Everything in here is well compressed as well as you kind of look about the floor and any of the general areas. It seems well trekked. There's a
Shreked?
traversed.
Sorry.
How well traversed would you say their pectorals are?
Uninhabited currently. But definitely there are there's been a lot of through traffic, and this place has definitely seemed like they've been here a while. But yes, you see in the center a small outcropping of rocks where you have two dragons who are kind of coiled up and laid down at this point after after y'all have entered. They kind of taken their situation of the conversation that ended and kind of taken a moment to coil themselves back down and to kind of relax more towards the center. Off in front of you, where it seems that the one you've come in with is heading in direction, is another dragon about the same size, if not a little smaller, with a large collection of just piles of items at the time, in a small hoard of bits and odds ends. Farther down, you see the makings of a large stone slab, and you can already see the form of a dead horse strewn about one side of it. And then yes, the far end, the only real standing structure, well, I should say, with the small hoarding collection, on the left side, there is the makings of a very crude wooden fence in a nice semicircle, but as best as it could really be, definitely not made by the hands of any artisan. But yet across the way, the only real standing structure apart from stones and piles of rock is what seems to be the makings of a small wooden, well, in comparison to the rest of the room, smaller wooden hut, if not unlike something you would find run a history check, actually.
I'm now seeing these three as like the three little pigs' houses, and I can't unsee it. Oh, is it wait, what are we rolling? Okay, good.
History. So you sorry, distractions. You kind of notice it as just a generalized wooden structure. It doesn't stick out to you any. Juniper, with your phenomenal perception,
Woo.
Yes, you definitely can start to tell different traversed paths. That the way you came in was definitely more of a main entry. There seems to be something more of a entry off to your, or more continuous path off to your right, but definitely the majority of traffic that comes into this big main area. And you also notice more imprints and just general compacted terrain in the center of that pile of rocks. You could infer it'd be almost of like a sleeping area. The impressions of mass being in there. You rolled a 20, so I want you to also take half a moment for your eyes to kind of settle on the light fixture up at the top center of this area that's casting the only real light in this area. There are multiple pores in this large rock structure that's emulating light that is kind of starts to flicker and continuously kind of cast a moving bit of light that's across this entire area. And as you focus on it, I would like you to roll a nature check with advantage.
Nature.
Mm-hmm.
Dang it.
You did well enough with it. Your eyes kind of, you stare at it and you're kind of thinking on it for a second. It looks familiar, as it almost kind of reminds you of something more insect-like. It almost looks not unlike a hive, with large collections of pores. It kind of reminds you of, kind of almost reminds you of bees. But
Uh-oh.
yeah, no.
I don't like bugs.
You definitely, you take a look at it and go, huh, that's a thing. And, continue to look around. You also did good with that earlier history check, which will give you as well for that same hut. It definitely seems almost more aquatic, more ocean side. You would find more of those kind of materials. It seems more like a hut that you would find on like a beach or kind of island life situations.
Interesting.
With a good bit of thatch and not unlike a palm tree kind of leaves that have dried out as the roofing actually been well compacted and rolled over each other.
Interesting.
I
I assume I would know this knowledge from like books and shit.
Or stories and shared. But,
Oh, you're so well read.
Apparently.
And then yes, your final one that you get is the far across the room where you see your smaller wyverling has now started to jump into and intermingle with some of the other smaller dragons. They're playing among the shinier area of as there's a wall of crystals in the back that have started to emanate light and kind of they're once again jumping about, kind of playing within. But the sound that you can hear every now and again as their claws kind of tap between what is solid crystals and the wet slap as they kind of land into a very meteor wet texture. And they kind of rip down with their jaws and kind of slap some into the air and snap it out and kind of pull and fight with each other as they're kind of just chewing along on whatever mass that once was.
Blech.
Pull him a little closer. But that would be the generalized room. And we'll jump back to the one that came in with you is continued continued forward as he kind of takes a couple steps forward. You can both notice that his size is only slightly above that thereof the two or three of the others in the room. But his color matches well with the one that he has approached. And conversations.
Are they related, Mr. DM? Are they related, actually? It's probably a better question.
Run a history check. Or a nature check, sorry, brain.
We'll never know.
Maybe. They're all dragons, and he said family, so should be. I don't know.
When did he say family?
Treasure? Is this family's treasure?
That was last week.
Yeah. Alright.
I'm gonna turn to Ishadae and I'm gonna be like, how do you not know that we are not dinner?
I don't.
Would you like to run an insight check for that?
Yes.
Oh
Fuck.
god. Oh god. I'm not rolling one, Mr. DM.
What do I believe, Mr. DM?
Mr. DM?
I'm thinking on it, sorry.
okay.
There's a cog wheel that's going. with your earlier conversation that you remember so well, you remember like when you're talking about treasure and you were kind of going back and forth. You think about it for a second with the possibility of you being dinner, and no, you're not dinner. He definitely
He wasn't mad at me before.
Yeah, he invited you. He invited you here, and what were you here for again? Maybe. Oh, did he talk about magic? He talked about some kind of treasure. I think it was magic.
I rolled a nat 20 on history at the beginning of the session.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice.
And you chose to make someone else do the history recall, so.
Yeah.
You gambled that away.
Yeah, no, the one that came in with you has progressed forward and is holding another low grumbling conversation with the one in front of you, one in front of him, sorry. And he kind of takes a second to kind of coil himself, stop, and then kind of turns sideways for a moment as he kind of looks back to the two of you. And then Sylvan, he just kind of beckons his head to the side. And, come now, approach.
You should take Juniper's like, oh my god, what is the bottom part of your arm called?
The elbow?
The inner side of the elbow.
No, like in between the wrist and the elbow.
The forearm?
She would take their
Forearm.
Yeah, is that the forearm?
Yes.
Okay, I went to say forearm and I was like, no, that's wrong, don't say that. And then I just had an internal struggle. I was like, I'm just gonna ask.
That's fine, yeah.
Take Juniper's forearm and like take her over.
Not unlike, yeah, okay, yeah.
Oh god.
And as you approach, he kind of leans back more than anything, but kind of shuffles slightly to the side to reveal the smaller one, who almost seems more excited than anything. Kind of takes a little half step forward and a little side step forward, kind of dances forward, and for the
You
first
should
moment,
smile at them.
I want to roll
kind of-
insight on excitedness.
yep, you're gonna need to insight a lot of things. So,
Do we both roll it or?
no, you'll be fine for it.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Oh,
it seems
yeah.
definitely seems good-willed, and
Okay.
you've seen salesmen who are always trying to sell things, and that was your first kind of just like, oh, a new customer kind of excitement
Oh,
that
God.
happened. And so this dragon kind of steps forward and at first kind of does a low grumble and a hum, and then clears for a second and catches itself, and then in a Sylvan kind of responds with a welcome, new people, welcome. Is kind of
In Sylvan, sorry?
stops for a second. Yes, in Sylvan. So, Juniper's still not gonna get it, but you should do it.
Yeah, Ishadae nod and say, nice to meet you.
When
And then she would say to Juniper, they said welcome.
when the new little dragon started to do that huff, I feel like Juniper is starting to like catch on and hear it a lot, and I think she would try to replicate it at that point.
Give me a performance.
We're gonna die, Ford.
You're gonna like
Oh!
swear on the mother.
Oh!
Hey,
God.
now with that, you're going for not the Sylvan spoken, but the words before the greeting between the two of them.
Oh, I don't know. Just whatever the huffing is.
The grunting.
Yes. So, kind of taken back with it. You kind of give this good moment to kind of you've heard it. You kind of pay attention. You give this nice kind of groan almost from your lower throat is the best you could really match it. You kind of take a second and kind of just more clear in your throat, but it was the closest you could really get to the real deep kind of throaty hum they give. And we'll take this.
Ishadae would just side-eye Juniper slightly at that. Like, what are you doing?
I really thought you were gonna say we're gonna move to combat.
And with that, let's go into combat.
Yeah, no. The smaller one's kind of taken back for a second and kind of twists its head to the side and then back to the other, and just is you understands? It says in Sylvan. And his eyes kind of stop and look to the bigger one who guided you both in, and kind of stops and looks back over at Juniper and just kind of pauses for a moment.
Inside check, please.
In Sylvan, Ishadae would say, I'm sorry, she doesn't speak the language.
Oh, goddamn.
Oh my god, no.
Juniper, you thought you did a pretty good job at mimicking it, but as having the smaller one kind of hiss and kind of spread some more words in your general direction, and then looking between the big one and you, you're not really sure how well you did, or if you did it the same. You don't know, or the intricacies of if it's a full language or if they're just kind of excited to see each other. There's a lot of confusion still.
I'd try again.
Mm-hmm.
In Sylvan, after. Oh my god, you're doing so good. You're doing so good.
It was the pecs, man.
Pectorals.
Juniper, would you make a note somewhere and wherever you'd like to take notes? If you ever learn Draconic, you have advantage overall.
Yeah.
You definitely you got a little practice in that time, and you kind of notice that you notice what you did differently, and you take a good deep breath, and you get this hum out in the lower side of your vocal cords. You didn't really expect. It's not necessarily in your mouth, in your throat, but you feel it in your collarbones, almost the top of your chest. You get this low guttural hum come across, and
Just
not
looking out with
just
wide eyes, like what the hell?
not just the two with you, but then the other two that were not necessarily conscious and kind of just relaxing, both kind of raise their head and look over in your direction, as this one as well kind of stops and is taken back as they all kind of dip their head in synchronicity. They all kind of dip down and show the top of their head to you, and then the other two that were and to your right kind of coil back down lower, and the large one in front of you kind of takes a half step forward, and you hear a continuous kind of hum and resonance affecting your core more than anything. It is less of a sound and more of a vibration that comes through the air. Run an insight.
Can I also run an insight on what that
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Yours is
Fuck,
to
man.
run.
I think I'm doing poorly.
You're a bard, got it. You can perform. Jesus Christ. Each day there is a conversation that is attempted on this end. Juniper, you have this wave that kind of vibrates and rumbles your insides for a second. And you notice that there are changes in pitch in this chaotic wave of almost a song, rises and lows that kind of come from the one in front of you. But it is so fast, it is so continuous that there's not anything you can make sense of it. As he kind of just stops for a second and tilts his head to the side, and
Juniper's gonna mimic the head tilt.
In Sylvan, Ishadae would probably speak up and be like, she doesn't speak the language, but she's trying to be friendly.
No,
Also,
that, at least he's hissing back and just kind of stops and, are you new to this? Is what he's asking.
It's directed to Juniper, I assume.
Yeah,
no? Okay.
the funny
Yes,
thing
Juniper.
is that Juniper doesn't know that this is a language. Like,
No.
like she
She's
like
just growling.
yeah, no, she full on thinks that these are just like she almost
Gestures.
thinks that it's like a greeting purr almost, like when cats come home or something.
Yeah.
I'm aware. Yeah, you should say. What do you say in response in Sylvan?
Wait, they weren't talking to me, were they? Sorry, what did they say?
They still said in Sylvan, they're just asking if she's new to this.
Yes, sorry.
He kind of takes a second and huffs. Let's get this going as well. And he kind of takes a second back, and he leans, kind of huffs down, and then kind of leans all the way in. And he takes a couple steps forward and lowers his head all the way down, and he brushes his head up to next to Juniper. Juniper, are you gonna move?
Sorry, can you say that again?
The
He's
dragon's trying to
approaching.
nuzzle you, I think.
His head is approaching up next to you. It definitely is kind of starting to close in slowly and unthreateningly, but is definitely kind of leaning his head closer to you. Are you planning
the
to move?
dragon whisperer, Jesus.
Depending on how close it gets, if he's like coming right up to my face, like within
He's
a hair width.
Currently, he's coming slightly off-centered, so he seems to be coming next to more towards your shoulder.
Like he's. I'm confused.
It's just his direction he's heading currently. All right, I'm just asking you.
Oh, like he's going towards my shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me roll. Oh, okay. She would just stand still, but relaxed.
Mm-hmm. He taking a very slow movement for it. He literally lowers his head, his jaw coming just within a foot of your shoulder as he kind of puts the side of his chin right up next to you, and he continues to let out a low, continuous hum. Run an insight check.
I'm about to get eaten.
It's fine.
It's
Can
fine.
I insight as well? Because Ishadae is also just staring like, what the hell is happening?
Go ahead and run an insight check.
Oh
Oh,
my-
Juniper, with advantage.
Oh, with advantage?
Thank God.
Thank God.
Let's go.
Nice.
Oh, thank God.
So the both of you kind of notice he lowers his head next to you. You don't move, and his jaw kind of comes more alongside your ear as you feel the rise and low, the slow, drawn out pattern that he enunciates from his hum. Would you like to run a performance to follow it?
Yes.
Let's go.
Oh my
Nice.
God.
Let's go.
I'm gonna know Draconic by the end of this.
So
Maybe.
he gives this slow pattern starting middle, high, low, middle, low, right? This nice hum that he slowly draws through this valley up and down,
So cool.
that you repeat nicely, and he makes sure he's slow, continuous. He waits for you to match his changes on each pitch as he kind of pulls himself back afterwards and kind of raises himself. And then in Sylvan, he looks at you and then over to Ishadae and kind of says, "This is our welcome."
She would just repeat that to Juniper, like, this is their welcome.
She's gonna turn to Juniper to Ishadae with a gigantic grin on her face and give her 2 thumbs up.
Ishadae would laugh at that.
He kind of happily sits back to himself for a second, takes a couple paces back, and readjusts himself to see the other one, and kind of stops and holds another small conversation. And the other one, kind of confused for the whole situation of what happened, and just kind of looks over. It takes steps forward over towards Juniper, and you can recognize now that he gives this welcome hum towards you.
Cool.
You-
I'll return it intentionally this
Turn
time.
it with a
Oh,
very
so
low,
cute.
with a real low DC. Let's see one more performance.
Got this. Can I guidance her?
Oh God.
Yeah,
Guidance, please.
you can guidance her on that.
I said it
You
before the roll went through.
yeah, you put a hand to her shoulder, to her back for a second. Get an extra little confidence in there.
Angie,
And yes, Juniper.
where's my advantage on Draconic?
I said to learn Draconic.
God damn.
Surely the easy DC was 5, right?
Yeah, these seems really fine. You know, you kind of get a little. Take a second. It's still fresh in your mind as you kind of repeat this statement. You're kind of confused for a second as you get hung up, and almost the opposite of a voice cracking, it just kind of catches and hangs in your throat for a second as it cuts in one of the pitches, and you clear for a second and get the lower note back out. But overall, you gave the response as you knew it, and it kind of gives the nice low dip of its head as it almost bows in response.
Oh, that's so cool.
And shows the top of its head. And then kind of just happily sits for a second and then shakes its head. Asara, and continues in a Sylvan and just, yes, as I was. There's things of your kind. As it kind of stops for a second and kind of turns back and then turns to look at y'all, turns back, and then kind of completely turns on itself and dances almost forward in a very excitedly way, kind of curls its way forward and to do a small turn on itself and turn to kind of gesture its entire horde towards the two of you.
What can I roll perception on the kind of things he has?
Yeah, go for it. Look at that big old bonus.
Nice.
Yeah, he's in almost an organized fashion. Juniper, if you're interested as well, you can try and do better. But in an organized fashion,
Fine.
You got a 6 as a base. She has also really
She got 5 as a base.
You have the same bonus to perception. That's crazy.
Yeah. Also, I noticed we have reverse on charisma and strength. I have the -1 in charisma. You have the -1 in strength.
So you notice that there's almost an organization to everything. Off on one side, there's a to the left side, there's a large collection of just random tools, random blades, saws, picks, grips, vice grips, and different clamps, tools, hardened items off on one side, and then dead center, generally unorganized, just different rolls and folds, piles of different cloths of different textures and colors, just spewed about in center. And then from there to the entire other side is just a mass collection of different sizes of bottles, things you recognize as various potions and wines, maybe a juice or two, just labeled, unlabeled, clear, hazy, pink, yellows, and greens. Every other kind of bottle is just strewn about for a whole half of his collection.
God
Usually I would
damn.
ask of me, like, do you collect these?
Yes. I collect all the shinies and pretties and colorfuls as it can be, and these one over here, and he kind of gestures towards the tools, and these are my favorites. They moves, they clanks, they make wonderful sounds.
Oh, he's so cute.
Wait, he gestured to the tools and said that, or
Yep.
bottles?
Yep. The tools.
Okay.
It says wonderful sounds. Mm-hmm. And kind of happily, proudly, almost kind of sits back and just kind of stares down at you.
Looks at Ishadae.
Juniper's got none of this conversation.
They collect. She would turn to Juniper and be like, "They collect human things. They're showing us."
I like bottle.
In Silver, she repeats, she likes the bottles. I want to give them a gift, but there's nothing in my inventory. I gave my knife away, so that's not even there anymore. And that was like my only option.
The little one kind of hears likes the bottles. Yes, the bottles. Kind of stops for a second, turns around, and kind of tosses its nose in the pile for a second, flicking it back and forth, and then kind of finds one in its mouth, and it kind of picks it up and spins it around for a second, and you turns back. You notice that it has a deep red bottle in its mouth with half of a label still on it. So it kind of comes forward, presenting it forward. Run a perception. Juniper, you receiving the bottle?
Oh, I don't want a 20 for that.
Oh! Whoa!
No way.
Nice. Nice. Y'all are really like
I'm reading a label.
while half of this label, while half this label is gone, and in kind of deteriorated age, you see a nice ornate red rose in the center of it with some old script coming across the bottom of it within a language you don't generally recognize, but beautifully well done, definitely by hand was this label. And going across it, you do note a set of numbers across the bottom of it, and it says as you read it from the side, it has a 1 with a / and of 13 is what is written across the bottom of it. And then
What year is it?
You know, funny, I talked a lot about a calendar before.
Yeah, but I don't know what year it is.
One moment. Let me get you the right one for this. Did I put it here? So as you know it, when you were kids and brought up in this orphanage, one of the things you were taught about was the changing of the calendar. And the OC calendar started with the start of an emperor that happened a while back. So the calendar as you know it, you are on the 40th OC currently.
Sorry?
The 40th year?
40th.
Oh, okay.
Where is...
Yes, I am receiving the bottle. I will put out both of my hands outstretched.
Okay.
For it.
He kind of tilts his head to the side for a second to kind of set the bottom of the bottle into your palms as he all the way kind of
would say thank you in Sultan.
And then kind of rolls back, nodding to Ishadae with your words.
Grazie.
Does a small kind of twist as he does turn back around to properly see and face the two of you. Ishadae and Juniper, since you did so well with it,
Yay.
run a history check. We'll see if Juniper has heard more stories, maybe even read a book or two.
Oh my god,
16.
we're so insane.
We're twinning!
We're twinning. I'm the new Mal.
I'll leave you alone for half a session. So, yeah, no, you both kind of take a second to look down at this bottle, and you're kind of trying to think about it. And while you know it's been about 40 years since the start of this calendar, something about this bottle just screams that it's much older than that. And Ishadae, you think about it for a second, and you're thinking about some of the different books and some of the older things, and you remember that before the start of the current calendar, what it was, people tracked times in lunar rotations. And so while it has this 1 of 13, that could be more of a set, that this would be that maybe only 13 bottles were made when this thing was created. And this had to be tracked well before the calendar for what this bottle is.
Wow.
Ishadae would ask, do you have any more like this one? With the, like, pointing at the label.
Kind of stops for a second and kind of thinks about it and tosses his head to the side. Yes, plenty of bottles, plenty with the labels. And it kind of stops and turns around for a second to face back towards
She's gonna
its
bring me one with a
collection.
random label, isn't it?
Can I roll Arcana on the bottle?
Yes, please do. It kind of tosses its nose side to side, looking about into it, and kind of there's some, and kind of starts to pick some up by the neck and set them down, standing up, to organize them a little better, and kind of look through. And I got a blues ones. I got not quite. And it kind of steps to the side to kind of show them a little more. There are a couple other half scratch labeled bottles, but none that kind of seem with the same amount of age. Juniper kind of focused to see for any kind of magic into this this bottle that is, you know, nice deep red, with a we'll give you with a nice wax top of the neck of the bottle, wax cork covered. And you focus to it, and you feel you feel a lot of your magic in different colors that you know. You've seen both natural and vile, dangerous mana. What you feel and see inside this bottle is definitely more still. There is you've seen mana and magic as you know it as something that is always continuous, moving and flowing. But as you kind of start to focus in on this bottle, you've noticed that what's in here is not necessarily stagnant, but relaxed.
It's crazy because I was literally thinking that word too.
Yeah, definitely relaxed, and you focus to it, and what you kind of think of more than not is almost like the stillness of a lake. In what normally has so much energy and momentum through mana, the absolute just stillness. Even as you kind of toss and roll the bottle to the side and kind of change the weight of it, the mana itself in it has such a slow progress to it, as if it's resisting anything around it.
I would like to sniff the bottle.
The closed bottle, yes.
Yep.
The bottle itself. Okay.
Oh, the bottle is closed. I am so sorry. I was under the impression that these bottles were empty and uncorked.
Here.
But that is very interesting. No. Okay, cool.
It is wax sealed on the top of it still.
Okay, well, I'm still gonna sniff it.
It's wax sealed. Is the seal broken?
Not you can tell. You definitely get to smell a glass bottle. Run a perception check. Perfect. I wanted you to look at that. You go to give a nice smell of it, and you know, just out of a curiosity to it, and the larger of the two, which I'll bring him up to the top there, the larger of the two has been kind of watching this back and forth of exchange between the two of you, and he kind of takes his head back for a second and kind of tilts it to the side to watch you a little better as you kind of lean forward to sniff at this bottle and instantly regret that.
Oh, God.
As you kind of recoil back, as the only thing you smell is the saliva and whatever was the last thing out of this dragon's mouth.
Ew.
You can smell more of a kind of rotting and not so clean saliva is kind of slightly coated the outside of this. Not enough to really get a kind of tacky feeling, but definitely is the only prevalent smell that you get out of this. Is just definitely an unbrushed mouth.
Ugh.
Thanks for getting a +20 on that one.
Yeah.
With if he's still looking, or whenever he's after a bit, should just be like, it's okay. You can leave your bottles as they are.
he kind of stops and he's, oh, I have plenty of them. I shall look through. I shall find one. I shall find there's a plenty.
I want to give
And
him
he
my
kinda-
quarterstaff.
Your quarterstaff?
I want to like put it on the
Oh damn. Okay.
I want to put it in the pile and be like, you can have this if you want. I don't use it much.
He's kind of teetering through and kind of stops for a second as you approached close enough to.
No, not close to the pile. Like off to. If this is where the pile is, I just want to put it down here.
I mean, you're not putting it in the pile. You're putting it next to the
Not
pile?
in the pile, like where I am now. Without taking a step, I'm putting it near the pile.
Come on, Ford. Don't be afraid.
Ishadae is afraid. That is who she is.
He kind of stops for a second what he was doing and kind of almost slightly freezes. As he kind of stops and looks over and was you wish to add too? And he kind of takes a second to kind of
like it.
takes a all the way reaches forward, brings his head down to kind of smell and look at it, and kind of tilts his head all the way to get a nice close view. And is make noise? Is he kind of rolls it?
I want her to
rolls
like
it for a
bonk it
second
on the
across
floor.
He said L ratio, that bitch.
Kind of tap and wrap it on the ground for a second. Run up performance for me.
Oh, of course, my strong suit.
Nice.
12.
Oh. You have a -1 from the charisma.
Yeah, you could give a nice little rap tap and roll across the ground, drag it a little bit even, and he kind of seems to look it over, but
He's not interested.
seems generally uninterested with it at the time.
Fine.
It is with this at the same time, the two that are off to your side kind of pick their head up again, and they rumble this slow greeting as the two here kind of look over off in the direction over your shoulder. As you hear the wind start to disturb for a second, and in comes
Ooh,
the trotting of another
Ooh.
large, deep blue dragon starts to kind of trot in, look across the way, and head in your direction.
Ishadae would put the staff back on her back and stand up straight.
Juniper would assume that the bottle was given to her as a gift, and so she would put that in her backpack, or at least attempt to.
Yes, that goes
Cool.
well.
Slay. What should I put in my inventory, Mr. DM?
I'll go back to that.
Okay.
Or if you want to just put in as deep red bottle for now.
Sure.
Just remind me to get that identified for you.
Mm-hmm.
Who does that? Time to
Remember
go
that you
here.
Remember that you have a pet.
I don't have a pet.
You have a cat somewhere.
No, I've missed that cat.
I need got an owl. You
I'm
got
dead. Sal tried to kill it. It's not coming back near me.
There was a wolf that was watching over you at one point.
I've tried. The animals just, they don't stay. They're not committed.
Gotta be intelligent enough. Nonetheless, so
Ishadae
yes,
isn't.
in comes this large one, and you notice the one that you came in with also kind of takes a half trot forward. Once again, that same kind of fashion, kind of sits and pridely kind of sets himself forward. And this one comes trotting forward with not necessarily urgency, but his own pace and speed, and definitely gets closer than before. And you have this moment that kind of he slows for a second, and as the one that came in with you kind of still holds himself with a little bit of pride, you see this one kind of stop for just a half moment. His whole body kind of tenses, and then it jumps forward with a small strike and smashes its front paw into the face of the one that came with you as it kind of recoils to the side, and blood kind of spits out across the entire stone to the side. as it then kind of stands towering over the one that you came in with. And this large continuous hum growls across the entire area.
I'd like to
And you
insight
notice-
check.
Yes, please. You notice the other one that was there kind of shuffle farther away. And the one that was here with the shop kind of coils up amongst its cloth. Ishadae, this is not unlike a parent that just comes in and is slapped.
That's 100% what I thought anyway.
Yeah, has slapped someone for wrongdoings, and there is an argument that has come forward, a warning, if not, of very much the feeling of how fucking dare you. And everybody in the room kind of stops and coils for a second, as the one that you came in with seems more defiant than not, and kind of takes a second, takes a good breath, and faces back towards the one that came in, and he kind of starts to huff for a moment when you both feel the movement of the larger one in the back kind of start to take a couple of trots forward slowly. And he turns over to the side, looks at the small one that you were holding the conversation with, rumbles out a small instruction as you kind of see it kind of begrudgingly and very hesitantly kind of take a couple steps, look over at its things, and then it kind of reaffirms it as he takes a small hop over his wooden fence with a small flap of his
I didn't mean
wings.
to move.
Wanders over towards the children
And the dead horse.
and past the dead horse as it continues to kind of walk all the way forward. We'll send him to the back. All right. And I grabbed both. Kind of sets himself over top the little one. In this situation, the one you came in with seems much smaller than the two who have started this conversation between the three of them. Ishadae will continue your good insight for this one, at least, to say it seems like what is the darker one has almost come to the defense of the one you came with, and is kind of trying to calm the the one who just came in and struck out. But a continuous conversation and almost an anger comes from the new arrival as he very much distrust and a lot of frustration kind of comes across as a lot of huffs and growls more than any other hums, as it kind of turns for a second and its eyes lock to the two of you like a new set of insights.
New set of insights?
Yes, please.
Oh, I accidentally almost clicked intimidation.
That's possible.
It's just the world evening itself out.
The eye contact hits the two of you, and you kind of cower for a second. Your eyes dart to the dirt, and you just instantly know whenever you're in trouble. And Juniper, you're definitely see the prowess and the authority that this large dragon holds. That kind of looks towards you, very upset. Is about all you can really take from it. Is your eyes also kind of try to not hold eye contact as you look much to anything else as you can to try not to look guilty. And the one with you kind of takes a second to take a step to the side and almost kind of turn to protect you when it snaps over to him again and continues to berate and growl at it as it kind of stammers a hum and tries to try to explain itself in a bit, but very much has little say in the whole conversation as it kind of takes a second and everything quiets for a second.
Would now be a good time to try my draconic greeting?
Anytime's a good time if you'd like to.
Oh my god.
Please don't get us killed.
Each day, would you like to have any reaction for when Juniper starts to
she would let her do it and then wait like a second to see the reaction. If not, then she will speak up.
Mm-hmm. Juniper, you give me advantage with it.
Yes.
Moments.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Ah!
Get him now.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. We'll do that. And we do that.
Yeah, that doesn't look like attack dice or anything.
Okay.
It was nice knowing you.
You get this this rumble in your chest for a second, you know, just trying to hold eye contact, but you give a greeting and you start to kind of give this rumble, and we'll also give this to this and this to that. Okay, cool.
So, Sal, who are you gonna play next?
Your mom.
So you get this rumble that starts to happen as you well practiced this time. You know what you're doing a little more. You kind of start to give this, and very abrupt actions happen for a moment as the one that came with you kind of steps over to cover you for a second, as this one once again kind of steps forward with a claw raised for a second, and the larger one here shelters you with a wing for a second as the claw swipes down and slams into the dirt, kicking up dust in between the two of them as he slams it down, and continues a low growl, trying to find contact to you, trying to find a sight line, but the small one that you came in with is definitely trying to conceal you. And the large purple one at this point kind of takes a step forward and nudges his face forward to interject more than not. And
Yikes.
you have the one here that kind of turns to face it, puff and clack his jaws together as you hear nothing more than this absolute force as his mouth kind of shuts as it snaps through the air, and he huffs out of his nostril and starts to trot away.
Ishadae would ask in Sylvan, is everything okay?
No, it's not fucking okay. we almost got smacked down into the fucking
We would
ground.
have done one hit for sure.
The large purple one kind of turns to you for a second, and its eyes looking as
That's
the one
not
you
who
came
she
with
wants the response from.
does a small turn to kind of step himself behind the two of you, but also still in a protective manner, as the large purple one kind of turns towards you and in common turns to respond to.
Oh. So you're included.
Your time is at an odd peril for us.
Old peril? Oh my god, I can't stop!
That was so Scottish. There was no attempt to Russian.
You know what? I'm she's fucking Scottish. I can't with the Russian.
Just go thick Scottish and I think it still fits.
Yeah.
Sorry, what did they say? I didn't fully catch it.
Your presence is at an odd peril. And kind of stops and nods and bows his head for a second.
Yes, your time brings confusion to some of our older fellas.
And she kind of
Ishadae.
stops, and the one above you kind of hums and kind of gives a response back. As it kind of turns and gestures and does a slight nod, and then
Yeah, I heard it too.
dresses back to the two of you.
Does he use his pectorals?
He addresses back to the two of you, and
You will wait here with us until the council has come to a decision.
as it kind of turns for a second.
What? No,
and
she would wait
walks
for them to
away.
leave, but she's gonna immediately turn around and be like, a decision on what? I'm sorry, what?
That doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't.
And yeah, so this one here kind of takes a half step, and still keeping you pretty closer to itself as you kind of hear this other one kind of do a half stop hop, and jumps back over towards its horde before it kind of curls itself back up for a second, kind of laying down next to all the different cloth. You were asking this one, one closest to
This
you.
one, yeah.
And Sylvan, it kind of lowers its head for a second.
They seem to not like your presence here, but I care not for their petty rules.
Oh my god, we got the
Yes.
edgy teenager.
Stuck in their old ancient ways.
Do we really need to be here? We could just leave.
Your presence shall bring a change I have wanted for many, many time.
I mean, it sounds like they don't really want us here, though, and that seems to be the main issue for us.
Bah.
Juniper, what you doing right there?
I just want to approach the other dragon.
Okay, good. Its eye
thought you
kind of
were
opens
stealing
up
from
towards
it.
you. Kind of
That'd
opens
be
up
very
to you for a
rubbish of
second, and it's you see its limb that's kind of farther towards you, farther away from you, kind of lean all the way forward as it kind of coils its head down for a second, covering up what it has.
You can go ahead with your dialogue if you want.
To respond, yes, for Ishadae.
Even if they do not want you here, I need you for my goals.
What are your goals?
In due time, we shall show a change to the world.
Kind of change.
I wish to show that our kind can bring prosperities to the lands again. There is a death and evil brewing.
Did you say our kinds or our kind?
Kinds with an S.
Okay.
I have 2 rapiers in my inventory. I would like to take one of them and offer it to the smaller dragon, with the hilt facing the dragon. So I'm basically balancing
What?
the
Somebody
blade in
stabs
my
you?
hand. Well, then it'll be nice knowing you.
It sees you kind of. Are you pulling it still in a sheath, Star? Or are you pulling it out of a sheath to show it?
Oh, I guess it does have a sheath. I will
Generally, blades do.
I will leave it in
Like
its
Juniper
sheath.
Okay.
Maybe
He
it knows
definitely
what it is.
kind of raises his head with a bit of curiosity and kind of stands back up a little bit, and trying not to raise his head too far past you, kind of gives a little side eye, and it kind of hisses an inquiry back towards you with that Ishadae will understand with a
What's this?
Ishadae's like mid conversation, so she's not noticing that.
Yeah.
Juniper. What an
Can I?
insight.
Yeah.
Ishadae, do you have a response?
Yeah, baby.
Nice shit, Sal. I've forgotten what they said now.
About the evil to the world, bringing a change to the.
Oh yeah. By our kinds, do you mean just dragons or my kinds as well?
There's ancient rules of not to interfere with kinds of happenings outside. I wish to dash these
Outside the cave?
to the worlds and happenings outside of our territory. Yes, our kinds could, if not work parasitically, symbiotically.
Juniper, your insight happens really well as you kind of notice the curiosity and the kind of tip to side. It is unfamiliar with what you've presented it.
Okay, so I know it's inquisitive because it doesn't understand what it is. I will put it on the ground and like lengthwise, and then I'll slowly pull the blade out of its sheath.
Run a performance.
Oh, wrong one, sorry.
Ishadae. And you.
That was the wrong one.
You want to do the nat one?
God.
Okay, never mind.
That one's on the table. No, it's on the table.
Oh, shit.
No, you're good. Yeah. You're just really focused on what you're doing and stop paying attention to the rest of the room. Ishadae, do you have any other response to it right now? Or just kind of...
I did, and then I got distracted by the one. Oh yeah, you didn't seem too interested in working together when we first met.
Kind of takes a second to kind of toss his head to the side and back, and
Your importance over the little ones had no value. Once our family was safe, you could be assessed for usefulness.
Thank you.
is that your response? Yeah. Yeah. Kind of gives a low hum.
This still under judgment.
So he kind of takes half a second to kind of twist for a second and readjust himself. So he kind of sits a little more proud.
What's the consequences of this judgment?
Run an insight real quick as well.
I'd love to. Fuck.
Oh my god, that rolled slowly onto the 2. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Sal.
Yeah, no, general conversation. He seems a little distracted.
I get advantage because we're best friends.
Are you? You can get an animal handling.
Okay.
Nice. Nice.
Now it's 7 and straight back to 15.
Yeah, you can get advantage on that insight check. Do your animal handling. Kind of paying attention to posture and how he kind of holds himself.
Nice.
There we go.
Nice.
Out of 2.
God damn.
You realize he's a little.
Hard to do worse.
He's
hard to do worse.
He's a little proud of himself. He seems a little smug, if you would, right now, with the whole situation that just kind of happened. And you were asking him what?
What are the consequences for being judged or something like that?
Yes. We'll jump over back here to Juniper real quick. He kind of gives a kind of a back and forth as you open the rapier all the way and show the blade. He kind of stops for a second and takes back until your hands kind of completely leave the thing, and he still kind of keeps more of a distance to it than not, and kind of returns another kind of question to you as in a kind of hesitant
From Sarah. Yeah.
that you'd have to
I
make
will.
another.
Oh. You want me to pull
Go ahead.
insight?
Yes, if you'd like to understand that.
Well, see whether or not Juniper understands what she wants to respond with is removing the potion out of her backpack again and kind of like pointing to the potion, pointing to her, pointing to the dragon, pointing to the rapier, pointing to her, pointing to the potion, kind of like pointing at everything.
Going in a circle.
Yeah. But I'll roll that insight too.
Yeah. He's gonna have to roll your pointing.
Oh my god.
I have a feeling they might not have done as well.
He at first he's a little taken back and real kind of confused, but also unnerved with the rapier. And then as you're kind of pointing around, he still seems a little confused. He kind of gives his head to the kind of wave back and forth for a moment, and then kind of shakes it to the side, almost in a no, of just kind of takes a full step back, less interested with the rapier, and kind of takes a second. And each day you're still with your conversation. You asked for the importance of the judgment, and kind of smugly
Consequences
of the judgment, and kind of stops.
Is the needs for the colonies you can fulfill. They do not agree.
I'm sorry, the needs for the colony that we can fulfill?
Yes. And he kind of just gives a
yes.
And what exactly would those be?
If it is deemed to be something you can accomplish, we shall discuss it as it comes to fruition.
He kind of stops for a second.
Can't do it?
He kind of stops for a second, hearing that, and he kind of takes a second to stand all the way and do a small kind of circle for a second as he stops to pause to look back across the room, and then completely kind of coil down and lay almost down at the spot, and kind of lay his head down more towards your feet than anything. A good distance away, but definitely down to in a position where you'd have to look down to make eye contact.
If you were to not complete, then I shall continue my search.
And what would happen to us?
Get almost a small chuckle and a huff from him.
You could be up to determinations. Depends on the trust of the family.
All right then. I want to heal his nose, or his mouth, or whatever got slapped.
It would definitely be like the upper end of his jaw.
I don't need to touch him, so just the general area.
Yeah, just burn the spell slot.
I'm finding it.
Missed opportunity.
To touch him?
Yeah.
I don't need to touch his pectorals, so.
7 hit points. You kind of notice that the wound starts to close for a second, and he kind of closes his eyes as he hears you form this magic, and he kind of takes a slow, deep breath for a moment with his eyes closed, and then he kind of huffs in another small chuckle.
Yes, I see you have some intelligence to yourself.
Somewhat.
Intelligence?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, she'd be like, thanks.
He kind of lays there for a moment to kind of relax. No other further words. Juniper, yeah, what are you doing with your rapier?
Can I insight, or can I perception check the tools again?
Yep.
What am I just want to see what kinds of tools there are and if there's anything that I have that I can add duplicates to the pile. Where is, oh, in here.
Let's look through your inventory. You got these.
Oh
that was
my
18.
god.
There's a bunch of random bits. You notice a pair of pliers. You got some pliers, and you got some your scissors go click clack. But generally, there's just a bunch of just general tools. You also do. Maybe you've seen a bunch of these sitting around at Gromm's forge, and there's just pliers, tools, and bits and bobs. Nothing specific.
Damn. Alright, can I roll insight on the rejection of my rapier? Like, does he just not want it, or like, should I take it back, or should I leave it?
He definitely seems like he doesn't want rapier. And definitely see more of a rejection. But he also seems less interested with the bottle either. He just definitely a little wary of it more than not.
Alright. Well, I guess I'll take my rapier back. And free bottle.
He as you go to collect your rapier, he kind of settles himself back down and also goes to kind of lay down next to his hoard.
So
It is with this that across the room, the large purple one kind of
oh, the dead
gives
horse.
gives a nice low hum, and the collection of small little ones all kind of get to jump over themselves and do a little organization and kind of push and a prod as they kind of toss and roll over one another to kind of almost try to line up for half a second with a little bit of the chaos, and then they all kind of turn to follow. Come on, you, then those. Here we go.
Can I roll history to see if the
Sure.
number of small baby dragons in this cave matches the number of dragons we found in the crystal cave?
Yes, you may.
While she's doing that, can I roll to see if I recognize any of these dragons?
Yes, you may. There were definitely a good number in that crystal cave, and this could be a less, could be the more. At this point, they're just kind of a bunch of little ones.
Interesting.
Ishadae, you running that perception check. You kind of looking about, and you just kind of trying to determine features between the two, between the different dragons. Obviously, size is one thing.
One
but...
like the motherish one we saw earlier.
I know.
I'm just checking.
Kind of trying to start to tell them apart for some of the different of the ones that all look generally the same three that you have here, and you do recognize that the one across the way is the one from before that was in the cave to retrieve the wyverlings from before. The largest one here kind of slowly trots by for a second before positioning themselves off here to the side. The wyverlings kind of jump, and the smallest one off here to the side kind of stops for a second to kind of almost chirp or yap over towards Juniper as the other ones pass by him for a second, and he stops to follow suit as they all kind of
I'll wave at it.
step their way. Okay.
When it
Wait.
yeah, when it chirps at me.
They'll all just kind of start to jump their way into here, and you kind of start to see them curl and roll themselves up among the other two that were already kind of in here, and they all kind of start to find nooks and crevices to kind of roll and coil themselves into before the large one here kind of takes a moment to roll itself to the outside and kind of lean against the rocks for a second and kind of press itself down, roll its wings in, and lay itself down. In which the one that's here closest to you, Ishadae and Juniper, he kind of stops and lifts his head for a second and huffs and kind of looks to the two of you, and more to Ishadae, of course, kind of
Comes now. It's the end of the day.
Usually would look to Juniper and like nod to follow the dragon whenever he goes off.
Yeah, he'll go to kind of
Bedtime.
stand up for a second and trot for a moment to wander over. And he takes a second to kind of curl around, roll his wings in for a second, and more than not positions himself off to the side, but with enough space where he leaves his left wing fully raised for a second. Yeah, for y'all to kind of find a spot underneath him.
I want to sit with Juniper.
Yeah. Is
Everything.
it friendship bracelet time?
There is
You like my necklace?
there's plenty of good sized clearing underneath his wing, but as you kind of go to look about, there's it's just compacted rock and stone around you. Is very definitely cold more than not, and you don't have any much of a bedding unless you bring it yourself or a bedroll. Nod up and down.
Well,
I looked at my inventory a second ago. I got nothing.
Because
I've
those
got-
camping places you go to usually have everything at it.
No, there's nothing in my inventory.
wow, I don't even have anything in my inventory.
Would you like to run a survival check from the two of you real quick?
Sure.
No? For what?
For getting a good night's rest?
Oh,
Okay.
damn, I wanted to talk to my girlfriend first.
No, just the idea of how you're gonna go forward to do
Oh.
such.
Oh,
Oh, well,
Okay.
God.
neither of us know. We've both been pretty sheltered.
Yeah.
We miss
Um,
Mom.
I miss my
The,
mom. Poor orphans, wait.
give me perception out of the both of you.
Mom, I'm scared. Come pick me
Yeah,
up.
I want to put that in the quotes.
Stop!
Wait, perception.
all
sorry,
of
let
my
me do that.
my high rolls are expended now.
Double ones.
Triple ones. I like how it's 9 and 19. Oh wait, because it's both an 8 plus 8 plus 8.
Down to that.
Right. I knew that.
Juniper, you just kind of looking at each day, trying to pay attention. That is a nice necklace. You're right. And it just, just kind of looking about at the underside of this dragon, a little
Pecs,
distracted.
bro.
But you do notice that the light,
The pectorals, though.
the light in the center kind of starts to fade out more than not, and dim. Each day, as you kind of look up through the edge of the wing, you kind of notice that the light does kind of fade, and as it does start to fade and close more than not, you notice that the stone itself is actually closing around the light,
Ugh.
The stone is moving.
Yep. And it kind of shuts
Arcana?
itself all the way. Yeah, run an Arcana check.
Wow.
While the stone itself is starting to move and mold around it, you kind of start to focus on it, and you find that you kind of focus your mind towards the magic itself, and there's a stream of this deep purple mana that is coming out of the dragon in front of you that is being focused up onto the center
Oh.
that's cool.
light fixture, as it seems to be melting that rock itself.
Oh, that's so cool.
And with that, yes, the light levels in this whole area kind of drop more than not. As
So let's just live with the dragons forever. This can be our cabin in the woods.
Cabin in the woods. Cave in the mountains.
Dragon cave in the random town.
oh, there we go. Oh, okay, fine enough. Yeah, no. With that, you now have the evening approaching, or what you now have just kind of become cognizant of the evening approaching.
Darkness.
You did your survivals already happened for finding sleep. If you want to run another one, either survival or nature, haha, for the actual internal clock for what time of day it is. So yeah,
Trying to know where my stars are.
general day is kind of
Oh,
past,
dang it. It was
and,
almost an 18.
I didn't even roll on my screen, just dropped on an 8.
You generally get to finally sit down, and while you're not unsafe, it definitely foreign situation that you're in for the two of you, and kind of start to really relax and realize just kind of how much has passed since then. And it is definitely Juniper, you're tired for it. You're definitely ready to kind of lay down. But Ishadae, you don't have a clear sight of the night, and you don't really know exactly what time it is, but you could tell it's definitely late. It's probably almost past midnight at this point. You just hadn't really noticed it.
Oh.
But you have a moment to interact and start to call it a night. If not, we'll do such whenever y'all ready.
I'm gonna snuggle up against Ishadae. My one comfort of the upper world.
Yeah, Ishadae
just-
does lean on Juniper.
I would say y'all are just trying to lay down on the ground next to each other.
I mean, I imagine
I'm more like kneeled next to each other, but like leaning on each other.
kneeled?
You do
Not kneeled,
Like-
but I can't think of the word.
Like sitting?
or like your
Like
knees to your
kneeled,
chest.
yeah, kneeled, but
Oh,
sitting,
oh,
and you're
oh.
like, yeah, I
Like
don't
upper
know
fetal
how to explain
position?
that. Yes,
Oh.
that's what it's called.
Knees to chest.
Yes,
Um,
kneeled to your chest while sitting.
I imagine I would have leaned up against the dragon instead of the rocks. I feel like the dragon would have been warmer and
Dragon would be-
comfier.
Yeah.
With having Ishadae kind of, if not a little more distant, but seeing you kind of leaning up against him, he kind of shifts his weight a little bit to lay out his entire, like, what would be his elbow joint to his shoulder, and lays out, and he rolls his tail up around the two of you and kind of tucks his head towards the side of his wing. Run an animal handling there.
What do his pectorals look like?
They're
Wait, is
covered,
that his
they're
mouth?
against the ground. For the both of you.
I'm concerned why we're rolling animal handling in this very moment.
I don't remember what my bonus is. I was good. I
Oh
was
my
like-
God.
Juniper does better. Juniper, you're the first one to notice it. Ishadae, you'll notice it over time. But as he's had it, the way he has his wing kind of spread out across it, it reaches all the way out to the rocks, even though it doesn't need to. He's actually positioned his head in a way that excels his expelled breath is being caught underneath his wing and is actually warming up the area underneath his wing to his body. But also in a way that he's not directly breathing on you.
This dragon is in love with us.
For real.
I'm gonna.
You guys picked yours?
I'm gonna say to Ishadae. God,
In Scottish.
Yeah.
I'm just going with the Scottish.
It just feels it feels wrong to say it in Scottish. I'm gonna say this just in no accent.
Yeah, without Mal, you can't.
I know. Do you think the others are gonna come looking for us?
I assume Mal will at least try and find you.
Ugh, frickin' bonehead.
They'll probably have to wait for us to get back, considering how we got here.
I don't know. He's pretty stubborn.
Well, we'll see.
How? Y'all just holding this in a general conversation?
In a
Very
common.
quiet. Ishadae barely talking.
Yeah, like whispering.
Okay. That's all I want to know. But. Alright, cool. Yeah, no. If that's everything, then that's where we're wrapping up session.
I miss
Oh wait,
D&D.
Juniper, how do you feel about my necklace?
Why? You don't say.
Why is that the accent now? Go back to Scottish, please.
Alright.
Oh my god.
Are we in session tomorrow or no?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Are we in session later?
What?
Well, you said we wouldn't be there for the start of session.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna definitely start with Mal and Caliban, so I mean, you can show up later if you'd like. You could be
I
there.
wasn't sure if it was gonna be like 2 hours of us just waiting.
No. I don't expect it to take 2 hours. That's very much up to Caliban and Mal. But it should go fine. It should be fine. Will you both take a long rest as well if you used anything?
Yay.
Oh my god, Sal, we cuddled.
I'm so happy. We're best friends now.
We did it. We bonded.
Caliban, while I'm thinking about
Now
it.
it's not gonna be weird when I reach to grab your necklace unprompted.
No, now it's not gonna be weird. She's just like, we're fine. We slept together. Oh, that would be so funny if she said that out of context, because I feel like she would. Caliban would be like, what the fuck?
Caliban would be pretty upset.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
I'm Mrs. Steal Your Girl, or whatever the meme is.
Yeah, we need to make that thing.
Hide your wife,
Spend
hide
a
your
Moloch
kids.
Mona one.
Very good session, Mr. DM.
Thanks.
Do we level up, Mr. DM?
Not quite, but definitely prepare for a level up soon.
Oh. So generous, Mr. DM.
It should be at the end of this next session. You did do a good handful of combat.
Oh, that's right. We had a whole session of combat. Well, I'm gonna stop the recording here.
Bye, Future Blaine.
Bye, Blaine.
Bye, Future Blaine!
What's up?
Welcome in, chat. I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday. Welcome to Flannic, episode 11. Because I'm tracking numbers, and I can be
Oh, so
sure it's 11.
10.5.
No, it's 11.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, the last one was 10.5.
Yeah. I can almost hear my sister in the background.
Don't forget to publish your announcement.
I should
Oh,
do
hey,
that.
don't
Thank
forget to
you.
publish
Let
your-
me go. Do that. Anyway, speaking of announcements, guys.
Yay!
If in case you were interested in playing in a professional campaign, you can definitely go to BoldMordred.com and sign up that way. And,
.com.
I have a whole website. You can also support us by checking out all my social medias and joining the Discord, which you can easily do with the Discord command that I'll type in as soon as I find that page.
Dimcord.
Yeah, look at that. It loves you again. That's weird.
It just picks and chooses its moments. Apparently I must offend it sometimes.
In any case, that is all for announcements. I'm not too concerned about the announcements. I have to make some rolls.
You do. Would you take a good moment to first roll for luck?
Roll for luck. Just a d20?
Just a flat 20.
Oh,
Well,
That says a lot. All right.
Yeah.
Now, your history check, if you would, sir.
do you
Competing
want me to
against-
do the other one there? Another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a second chance at a nat 20. Wow, it was
no.
even better.
Okay, so 4 more.
Such a good time. All right, Mal. What the hell happened last week?
Oh shit, hang on. So like last time there was big dragon, lots of golems, we broke golem and took core. And dragon stole sister and Ishadae and went down hole, and I tried to jump down hole. Gromm said no. I said fine. And then we took Caliban back and stuck him in a bed. I think he's still sleeping. And we are preparing to create elevator that goes into hole that I will take down to find Sister and Ishadae and have very strong words with Dragon. I am no longer calm about the situation. That's the
That's true,
extent.
they did stop concentrating.
That is extent of memory. I think. Oh yeah, we skipped the inn. There was something there. We did not do that.
May have skipped the end. Yes. That's how that
Yeah.
works. That's how that. All right, whatever. Yeah, no, that's pretty straightforward. We did definitely end with you taking some time to lay down as a couple other town folks were assembled to assist you in your forward journey. Sound familiar-ish?
Yes, there was
yeah,
many individuals who were working under the guidance of Gromm to create elevator and prepare supplies.
Yeah. More or less.
Something along lines.
So we take the good general question. Are you preparing yourself for a short rest or a long rest? How much time are you giving them to work on this elevator?
If it was truly me, I would probably just take shorter. Well, how long does the elevator take to work on? Proper.
Gromm himself gave you a bit of a heads up and saying
trying
that,
to remember.
gonna need a first person or pair of people down at the beginning to make sure that it's safe to go and that the bottom anchor points are there.
Short rest.
And
We would not wait.
already wanted to jump down the hole anyway.
Yeah. So he would not wait for any other person. He would just jump in hole. Well, you take elevator and then get there prepared for quick evacuation.
right. Well, you go ahead and take a short rest. Spend your hit
boop.
die.
You just roll 1 hit die on a short rest, I believe.
Yes. Right. Now, giving yourself a good moment to recover, take a breath, find your situation, and we'll go ahead and jump over here to Gromm's for half a second in case you want anything to be better prepare yourself. We'll get you all the way over situated to your bed.
Okay, based on what this thingy said, I went with it. Because I rolled a die.
Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed... Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
So, good enough. I don't get anything else back, though. No. I need a god who can give me more rage! Alright, so...
Much like a Buddhist, that should come from within, but, personal preferences.
I need a god that pisses me off, then.
We can get those.
Okay. Sorry, I interrupted your thought process. We're in a bed.
Okay.
I'm
No,
in a bed.
it is... Yeah, you're in a bed, you're just not getting up. Caliban seems generally irresponsive. Unresponsive. Brain's awake, I promise. I'm
Good
trying
job.
to read at the same time, apparently, and that's not going very well. Where the fuck? There it is. Knocked the fuck out. There we go. You're the first to awake here at the evening, and you already still can hear a bit of a clatter and noise happening outside the door into the main area.
Okay. Well, then probably what I would do, I would probably say I'd go check and see how Caliban's doing, but I'm not waking Caliban. Caliban's fucked up. So we're gonna leave Caliban to sleep, and then I would make my way out after my short rest to talk to Gromm and begin the descent.
Yes, as a general look over, you get an actual moment to just see how wounded and still bruised and purple sections of the shoulder and just the general overall look of Caliban, just not really ready to set off on a whole other adventure. So you go to make your movements out here to Gromm.
Make way to Gromm and then down into hole. I can't move.
Yes. Oh, it's the brain. Sorry.
I can move. Caliban looks like he's gonna die. I leave him here. Let's see, Gromm working on something. Is there anything in particular he's working on?
He is organizing a small pack and grabbing a handful of small tools and whatnot, pulling them all together.
Okay. Might I grab up a couple of items? Specifically, I would like both a regular dagger and a pickaxe, as well as extra rope. And for like the hell of it, I want some ball bearings. And I assume we should have all of this lying around somewhere in the shop.
Fair enough. As you kind of start to grab a handful of things and move things around, ball bearings. What an interesting one.
Yep. Plans.
I'll take it. As you go to start prepping a couple of things, Gromm kind of sees you start to move and kind of gives this low hum of just kind of to cut you off for it.
Gromm, what is in pack?
Groom.
I say Gromm.
Yeah. And as you approach, he reaches out and kind of brings the bag that he had. He finally closes the top of it over and reaches it out towards you. It's a small pack of just general good kit things to have, you will find in your inventory now an explorer's pack.
Ooh.
Having a bedroll, mess kit, tinderbox, 10 torches, 10 rations, and water skin, and 50 rope.
This is a
if you
great
still want
bag.
ball bearings,
I would love the
let me
ball
know.
bearings, and I would love a pickaxe.
Okay, ball bearings.
I imagine I could like strap those, put the ball bearings in the pack, but strap the pick to the pack in some form or fashion. I have 1,000 bags of 1,000 ball bearings.
That's not how that works. Bag of 1,000.
Yeah.
Singular small ball bearings. I was looking at it and the fact that war picks are also a thing, and I was gonna make the joke of just you could only find war picks, picks for war. But
I mean, it would work. Okay, perfect. That's all I'm just going in prepped and all.
Yep, absolutely. And just general good set of everything.
Okay.
Gromm just kind of gives a good nod, puts hand on his shoulder, and ready to put.
And let us be off. Sister has been gone long too already.
And we'll jump over to the actual overlay. Anything in town Anything in town you need to go through? Where did
I don't know that I'd really need anything necessarily that I wouldn't already be going in with, like supply-wise.
Fair.
The only other thing I was thinking of was the dagger, which I would have grabbed, but I didn't think to ask for that again.
Caliban has it.
Nope. Yep.
No,
but otherwise, yeah, no. I'll take my 3.5 loaves of bread with me as well.
Roll me a D100.
The D100.
D100.
46.
Okay.
Okay. What do we got here?
I win. That's all it is.
That's all we need to know.
Buttons, and buttons, and buttons. There we go. Where did you go, though? There you go.
I'm right next to Gromm.
All right. No, I was talking about your inventory, your character sheet. I closed it. There you go. There is your dagger.
Ah, thank you.
All right. Yeah, no, Gromm just kind of gives you a good nod over as you continue through town. Come along the end, and one dwarf guard still standing about, kind of snapping back over, and kind of shares a quick greeting between Gromm and himself, and kind of give the a slight update of elevator still in progress, still something that you're working on.
Okay. Is it ready to go? Well, like,
is
the elevator ready to begin descent?
Seems like that does be the case, but of course it's in an unsafe condition.
It's fine. Take it as is.
That. All right. And Gromm gives his little nod, his back affirmations. I forget that you don't twist very well.
No, I do not twist it the way that normal people twist.
And you'll continue forward here to the caves.
Glorious.
We'll go ahead. I'll just go ahead and drop y'all all the way up towards the center of the caves. I'm assuming you're not gonna have to stop and do any.
Nope, we're going right in. There's no stop, and there's no reason to.
All right. So as you've last seen your set of people in said hole number 4, you notice that as you start to approach the two, what was remaining of a corpse here and the other corpse of a golem have both also been moved and cleared out. There's still one larger corpse in the back that takes some time to do some processing.
Right.
But you see the very rugged, very quickly put together sanctions of almost a TP set of wood over top this hole, with a small mechanical winch at the top of it that's anchored off on a large spool sitting to the side of it. Definitely not all that you would expect for an elevator. Much more, it looks like the makings of it to a well, more than anything.
Like I'm gonna get lowered in a bucket, kind of a.
Yeah, much more of it.
Is it one person bucket?
It's more. It is not a full bucket. It's only even a platform at this point. It is very much just a center rods with imagine like an upside down umbrella. Definitely just kind of has a bare minimum safety standard here. But this nonetheless, this dwarf just comes all the way up for everything and kind of gives his nod over it and hammer his fist onto one side of the wood to kind of reseat it all the way up to the corner for it and kind of turns back over to him. Yep, that'll do. Yep. So your job here, we're gonna get a couple hands. We're gonna lower you down nice slowly. When you get down, when you find a nice spot and land down, you believe to be the bottom, or you know how it works. I'm gonna take what you're with here. It's gonna have a handful of nice area where you're standing on. I think bury it. Put as much dirt as you can on what you're standing on going down. Right, you're going to be the next anchor point. Put a big old rock and a ton of dirt, whatever you can find. Put weight down, right? So, well, I don't know. You know much about them elevators. The point being,
go down, put dirt on.
You putting dirt on it. Don't worry about all the fancy mechanicals and physics. That's our big thinking job. All right, you little thinking, you're going down. We'll get you down safely. Any problems?
Once I have put rocks on the elevator, it is good. I don't need to be there.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I'm supposed to tell you, you're gonna wait for all the rest of us, but
No.
I've been told your kind of antics. Yeah.
It is not going to happen. I'm a climber.
Right. Yeah. So you go and stand on this wooden platform. Gromm just kind of looks over for a second and takes a step across as well to grab the other side of what would be this center support, and just kind of looks up at you for a moment. Pauses, gives a little nod, and then
mind the shop while I am gone. Oh wait, Gromm's coming with me?
Yeah.
I looked up, like, he was right there a second ago.
Said he stepped across.
Yep, you did. You did say it. My brain didn't process that information.
Yep.
Let's go. Lower.
Gives a slow nod, and yeah, this amount of rope starts to move as you hear the grinding and metal start to lower you down.
Sound escapes.
The progression kind of going more slow than not, and generally ricking back and forth, and you see Gromm kind of turn sideways for a second. One hand's holding the center support, and the other one's kind of out to the side, to where if the wall gets close enough, he can kind of just use his own strength to push himself off a little bit. But generally, you're kind of in about the center of this hole as it kind of starts to go down. Your eyesight's generally well adjusting to this as you're going down, and Gromm doesn't seem to be fumbling about any in the dark either. He seems like he generally has his bearings.
Is Gromm? What race is Gromm again? Because he has pointy ears.
Yeah, that he do be. He'd be a half elf.
He's half elf. I think half elves have.
Say again?
Do half elves have dark vision?
Yes, they do. This one
what
does.
I was thinking.
Depends on the elf.
All right,
yeah,
moving on.
nice progression, and unless you bring up a conversation, Gromm does not. So.
I don't really know what else to say to Gromm other than, you know, let's do the things.
The tunnel starts to progress down, and I'd say maybe after a good 4 or 5 minutes of a nice slow continuous descent, the walls start to open up a little more, and they seem to widen more than you expected. But you can still see the surrounding cylinder that you're in. It opens up maybe at about a good 10, 15 feet at that point.
Okay.
And you have this just continuous slow progression to have that descent. All right. Any other complaints? I'll get you this.
No complaints, sir.
All right.
I have one thing to say to Gromm once we use rocks on the elevator, but we are not there yet.
Fair enough. Yeah. No, it's slow progression, and then from below you, you start to get this very faint glow. So you can take a bit of a peter and a lean out along the edge of it, as you kind of notice Gromm do the same. So you start to see a light source illuminating from one side of this. We'll continue to call it a well, but a chasm that you're going down here.
What's the
light is
source?
illuminating from one side across the hole to the other. Seems to just be a blue hue for right now.
Interesting. Okay.
You go to descend, and as you get closer to it, it's approaching now about 40 feet for it. That Gromm gives a nice solid hammer. 2 hammer fists on the center support, and the rattling kind of comes to a stop as you're just about lowered a little before it. He gives another quick tap down to it. You descend a little bit, and then he hits it again to fully come to a stop, right as you just about even with this big open way in front of you, and out across this expanse, you get to see. Yeah. Button, did it work?
I see nothing.
No, it did not work. Button.
I am in anticipation, sir.
Button. There we go.
Button. That's so cool.
This giant blue expanse come out across you, as there is multiple blue gems spread out across this entire big, large lake inside of an area. You realize that the open way below you still continues down for a good distance, but this in which you have is definitely an expanse that you would like to take a stop for, at least. It's for the end of the hole may continue, but this seems like the first sign of life, at least.
Okay. Well, if it seems like if it seems like the first stage in the search, like, because you got to search everywhere, so we should probably stop and at least make one level of the elevator here, and perhaps explore the lighting, because does the lighting look similar at all to, like, the color of the dragon or anything the dragon exuded? What's that?
Run a history or an arcana.
No. I am great at both of these.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that tracks.
No, I mean, the colors are, it was, I guess, more of like a deeper green or like a green more than a blue, but like, yeah, I mean, a little something maybe, not so much. We're gonna pine into this Syscon thing you got going on, right? Run a survival check to find your sister's tracks. Just generalize.
All right.
Did Juniper ever actually touch the ground?
No. Wouldn't that be a question, wouldn't it?
That would be, yeah. I'd be
Actually-
looking for the dragon as well as. 'Cause
Let me-
that would track for me.
Let me get an Arcana check actual.
Okay. Be higher than a 7. All right. Well,
It's a 9.
thanks. Thanks, dice.
Yeah, no. Right, you're not alone. You don't have to do this
Yeah,
alone.
I was gonna turn to Gromm and be like, you think we should stop here?
Gromm kind of looking about for it, and he's definitely quietly studying the entirety of it. And he just kind of takes a second and stops. Water is life. Best chances so far.
Do we
Yeah.
stop?
He'll reach down and he'll find kind of one of the boards out towards the edge of everything and kind of pull it up off the floorboard and kind of rip it out from what you're standing on and kind of take it to push out against the opposite side wall and give a nice canter to everything and push you off to one side. You make a nice simple dexterity check to hold your footing. As the entire thing you're on swings to one side.
What are these rolls?
Yeah, good thing your luck roll was so good today, wasn't it?
What was my luck roll? It was a 4. Yeah, we're doing great.
Yeah, so nice swing over to one side, and Gromm gets the platform to kind of set down on one side, come to a nice little small thud, and he gives a nice little double tap and pull on the line, or steel cable, if not, of metal that kind of slacks down for a second as it comes all the way to a solid landing on this entrance. Let's reload. Let's go. Ooh, nice.
Hey, look, it's a big hole.
Yeah.
Your mom's a big hole.
I guess I should let the other two see what's going on, shouldn't I?
I mean, you could. If they're in this area at all. Question mark.
Yeah, right. There you go. Yeah, no. So, what's that? Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead and get it set down for a second, and Gromm still kind of has like one foot still half on it and a hand for it, and he kind of motions forward just to kind of start grabbing some rocks and.
I'll begin grabbing a bunch of rocks from the immediate vicinity, or pushing them towards, or whatever I got to do to get that thing locked in place so I can move on.
Yeah, give me a general strength check. Yeah.
It's like, I see a big ass rock, so.
Yeah.
It's not lower than a 10.
Not lower than a 10. Yeah, you go ahead and kind of give, first you hook over some smaller, like soccer ball and basketball sized one as you kind of describe what you can as you're moving. And Gromm kind of just like leans out to grab them, puts a couple down, puts some more weight onto it. You get enough weight to where it doesn't really go anywhere more than anything, and then Gromm's also gonna walk over to the larger boulder and give you an assist to give a nice shove on that.
Am I rolling another strength?
No, he was just gonna do the same, but it was funny that he also rolled a 10.
Hey.
But between the two of you and push drag weights, you get enough of a shove to it that you can set it down to the other side of the room of where you came in and set it on the platform pretty generally successfully. Will you run a nice perception check to the room?
I would love to do that now that we're done getting this locked in place. My God. These are so bad.
Gromm's paying attention at least. No, yeah, you taking a good look around, checking the rocks and the stills, trying to find some more weight for everything, and kind of noticing the crystal's a little different here, and then the sound of water is still generally about Gromm's gonna definitely take some time to, take a second and kind of pick up a couple of the smaller rocks. He takes a hammer off his belt and kind of starts to tap at it and crack it in half, and then he looks over towards this collection of crystals and takes one of half the rock he has and throws it a little farther off at one of the other crystals and racks it across the side of it. And
does it do anything?
Run another Arcana.
Yep, that tracks. Instead, I'll just turn over to Gromm and be like, "What these crystals?"
Make a dex save.
Oh no.
All right, so Ishadae. Juniper, no one's coming to save you. Sorry.
Yep.
Wait, what?
I have failed everything. It's so bad. I've had one roll over 10.
Damn.
All right. As I was. Yeah. No. So he goes to throw this rock across, right? And not only does it hit the smaller one, actually, what ends up happening is this small arc of electricity jumps across from that one to the next one to the next to the next until there's a jump between one to the two that cracks you right in the leg. Go ahead and take D8 of damage.
Ouch.
Am I rolling the D8?
Yeah, you can go ahead and roll a D8.
Hey!
Got the leg hair.
At least it's fucking low.
That's why I'm letting you roll it.
God
At least you're
damn.
consistent.
Electric crystals. Seems fun. How did you make it zap?
The last ones explode. Had to find out.
Very smart.
He kind of stops for a second. Thinks, rubs his chin. Maybe good for cooking. And kind of turns and grabs a couple more rocks, goes to toss them onto the center area. And he kind of stops for a second and looks back over and check the water. Be careful. Points over across the way.
Yeah. Mal, at this point, since the thing is locked in place, I am going to go wander a little. But I do want to look at the water, so like...
Run a perception check.
Water's a big part of this. Holy shit!
Hey.
I got a real roll.
Hey, you noticed that the absolute tranquil setting of this water, it has no. It doesn't necessarily have stagnation, but it definitely doesn't have movement. There's no wind in the cave. There's no current really flowing through it. It seems almost magical and picturesque on plastic fake situation that it's in. Generally unnatural for it. And you do notice that where you're standing has a nice gradual decline through it. This water is very deep and blue for everything that it can be. Seems clean as can be, and there seems to be nothing really disturbing it.
Electric crystals and water do not sound like a good mixture. So,
with a 20 perception, I'll even point out that some of the crystals could even be in the water.
I'm gonna go. Well, okay, I'm gonna just huck a. No, I'm not. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna just walk around the pool for the beginning of it. So I'm just gonna go this way.
Watch your step. All right.
A lot of caves.
Gromm generally finishes what he's doing and kind of turns around for a second and sees you get to kind of wander off. Wander off. And You get about the distance before you kind of hear a kind of a groan in return, and more of a grunt. And
Can he see me from here?
it's you're getting smaller, but yeah, he can see you. Oh, actually,
Maybe not.
no, yeah, no, you got some distance.
I scooted.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anything over here, but the lake goes around. I will only go back far enough to tell Gromm I'm going around the lake.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna go over. Say, the lake is large and looks little weird. I have not touched or disturbed the water yet. I'm going to explore edges of lake before touching water.
Aye. We go together.
You want to circle?
As in?
Is in you take left, I take right. We meet on other side of lake. Twice distance.
Do not know the dangers. Splitting up is not best idea.
Let's go. You're always so careful.
Run another perception for the next quadrant.
Absolutely.
That was a 1.
Heyo.
Yeah, no, still a nice, perfectly clean setting of water. And you notice that there's also almost no vegetation here. There's maybe a little some towards the wall and to the sides, but definitely everything seems very calm, very quiet almost. You feel like there should be not much vegetation.
That seems interesting considering there's water.
The thing of life, right?
Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna just barely touch the water with my boot.
Run a nature check. You go to tap your foot into it, and just to disturb the top of it, or are you actually like dipping the toe end of your boot in?
Really, I just want to touch the water and make sure it's actually water and not an illusion or something.
Yeah, no. You tap it, it ripples off across the top of it, fading quickly, and everything seems like water. However, as you do just ever so here across the lake as the ripples kind of fade out. Something has vibrated the entire air in response. A low guttural hum comes across this lake.
Gromm, do not touch water.
Kind of takes a second to look about the walls with the sound that kind of came through, and water may not be only danger.
No, crystals in water. Let us continue a little quietly.
Run a stealth check.
Yep.
Maybe a little guidance from Gromm. He's gonna take it a little slower, but still think you're strong, so.
Bruh, my rolls are so bad.
You're doing fine.
Alright, so we slowly make our way upwards.
And as you start the next quadrant, another nice perception roll.
Alright.
Doesn't seem to be any changes. Everything seems fine.
Fucking rolls are cursed! Moving up real slow, like.
It's about this area that you also start to get to hear
Dripping?
a bit of dripping, a bit of water kind of
Can I tell
tickling
where
about.
it's coming from?
Up in front of you somewhere. The other end of the lake.
Interesting, because when I disturbed the lake, something noticed that vibration. But it's not disturbed by dripping. I'm gonna say I'm still moving pretty quietly, as well as I can.
Yep. For as much as it matters.
Truly.
Run another perception here.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to go.
Definite cave opens up a little more. I'll help you out a little bit. Gromm also be trying to look about to help point things out.
Yep. Fucking Gromm.
The
Doing
Gromm
everything
kind of stops you for a second as you get to this next large stone, and he comes about here and he kind of leans down, takes a knee, and starts to pick up one, try and move some of the stones. As the actual surface here is much more compacted and almost definitely a different layer of rock almost. As Gromm kind of gives it a pull and gives us a low hum to himself and kind of just thinking and mulling on it.
Like the rocks are different, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I do see that there's a distinction here. Now that I give it more than a cursory glance.
More than a 12 perception, maybe?
Yeah, I feel like it's on point with my rolls, honestly. What do you see with your elf eyes?
Rocks. But
Is he an elf?
He's half elf. We just went over this.
Okay.
Fine.
I'm not there. I don't need to hear things.
That's fair.
This is something I would expect top of mountain. After snow and ice, the water runoff seems odd.
What do you
Out
mean,
of place.
water flow through here?
It would have to be massive amounts. Kind of stops and just takes a good survey of everything. I had you. Takes a good survey of everything, kind of stops, looks at the lake, looks back towards the opening, back toward the lake. Almost that amount. Just points to the lake and then looks back towards the opening.
No, to smooth rocks, it would take a lot of water over a lot of time. This is a lot of water, but
kind of goes to stand back up. Unknown.
Do we follow water source?
You go to come here, and there's a nice bit of a crossroad in front of you for it. One cave off here to the left continues just in a nice bored out circle. We run a perception check.
Yeah.
Or a nature check. One of both. Both.
You want both or one?
Nature and perception.
Okay. There's perception. There's nature. Wow.
There we go.
Wow. I'm
kinda take a
useful
second.
again.
You take a second to kind of look to one side, look back to the other, and you realize that the hole in front of you, the separate set of rock and everything, is actually a perfectly cut out circle. And from what you know, you followed a tunnel, if you would, coming down this way of a perfectly cut out circle, but of a much smaller diameter. This being of a nice 30-foot wide in diameter circle cut into the stone across this path. And then off to your side, yet again, just another cutout of about 25, 30 feet. But as you take a glance in that general direction, the pathway does not seem to go straight outwards. And you take a good glance at it and it actually continues almost in like an uphill slope. The whole thing curves slightly up into the ceiling.
Is there any obvious marks or definitive information I can glean about dragons moving through this area specifically rather than worms?
Whoever said worm, why are we saying worm? What the hell?
Big diameter, smooth hole. That is a worm, sir.
Funny, it reminds me of your mom.
What?
Never mind. Yeah. Go ahead and run a specific nature check for dragons.
Damn it.
Blood
Never gonna get as high.
Twinning powers. Let's go. No twinning powers. Got it.
All right.
One sibling has stolen all the dragon knowledge.
Yeah,
Got it.
I'm just gonna turn over to Gromm and be like, what do you think which way to go?
We may want to finish where we are first. And he kind of just still unnervingly kind of looks about. None of this seems natural.
Weird. Alright. Then I'm gonna move this way. I'm gonna go around these big old crystals. I see what looks to be an upward slope.
Just a slight. The path definitely seems to narrow and become a little more rocky and uncertain here.
Is there anything going on up in this area up here?
Run, the general nature for that one. I'll take it as a passive for this. It just seems like it, yeah. Seems like it once was, and it fell apart, may have shifted around a lot. Not really a great answer for it. Run a perception check for this corner, though.
Oh. Hey. Alright. 17.
Good enough.
Oh.
You hear somewhere off in the distance with it as well, the earth kind of move as vibrations kind of hum through the walls. And you are kind of reminded of this continuous problem for the area of the underground being renovated constantly.
Yep. Was it only the noise of something renovating?
Generally, yeah.
Alright. I guess.
You did a pretty good perception too, so I'll give you one other nice little hint. One other nice little hint. You do start to feel the presence of something else in the cave.
Lovely. Lovely. Guy. I'd like to use magic awareness.
Ooh. Until the next turn, you know the location. Any spell or magic item within 60 feet that isn't behind total cover. Since nice, interesting bit for that. Look at you doing better than the DM. What you notice and what kind of pings to your attention is actually your own bag. Kind of gives this kind of sense of energy to you. Would you like to go figuring out which it is?
In my bag?
Oh, yeah.
Do you have the fucking head in there?
I didn't check for the head.
Oh no.
No, we left the head at home, I'm so sure.
It was in a box. I left it there specifically, but like I'm okay if it ended up in. Okay, so question. I'm looking in the bag.
I know. I'm saying, is that what you're carrying? Are you taking the bag off and opening up for a second?
I am absolutely looking in the bag.
All right, cool. You as you go to do it, you actually notice that the dagger in there kind of actually has a good bit of magic to it. The one that you picked up.
Oh,
Caliban's one?
No, the one well to replace somebody's dagger.
interesting.
We'll go ahead and we'll just go ahead and update that for you. You'll be able to tell that it has a good bit of magic properties to it. Make sure that's equipped.
Whoa! Yeah, that's equipped now.
All right.
Whoa, this is crazy. Anyway, okay, bet. That's
Might be a bunch
immediately
of...
getting strapped to me, and I'm gonna look over at
Where did we get
Gromm.
the dagger from?
Gromm packed it in my backpack.
Oh, okay.
I'll look over at Gromm and be like, "This is nice dagger."
And he kind of in almost like a low whisper return with a, everything in shop is nice.
Well, obviously, I made it.
Gromm said, "Fuck you."
Literally.
I would expect nothing less. Thank you, Gromm. But this is pretty sweet.
But
I'm
nothing
on
else
board with that
responds.
thing.
Yeah,
Nope.
nothing else in the radius though seems to respond.
That's fine. I'm on board. This is a great use of magic awareness. Anyway.
That was supposed to be for later. Look at you ruining it.
We'll look at Gromm and be like, do we finish exploring edges of lake before taking passage, I presume?
Would make sense.
We'll continue onwards.
Path kind of starting to get a little rougher for everything, but definitely take a little more to climb up around and move a little softer about everything. Would you re-roll a stealth check?
Absolutely, you got it, boss. Look at me go.
There you go. Not too bad. Gromm's following steps. It is about here as well that you get to hear a loud buffeting of wind actually start to hit the cave.
Of wind?
Wind.
From where?
Great question.
I would like to discern the location of the origin of the wind.
All right. Run a nature check.
God
Get that
damn
finger
it.
in your mouth and hold it in the air.
No!
Wow, you can definitely hear, and it kind of just starts to howl in the overhead above you. Direct direction is unfound.
Gromm. Where is wind coming from? How do you utilize him? He's here.
Above our heads.
Well, yes, obviously.
No. Above our heads.
Okay, I'm just gonna look directly up then.
Run a better perception check. Yeah, good enough. Gromm kind of hovered and kind of readying himself as well above your heads. You see a large, deep purple unit flying by. As it kind of
That's
does
nice.
a small circle back.
Has it been up there the whole time?
You've heard it just now. Your perception was well enough. Its nice singular golden eye that you can see is definitely locked and peering down at the two of you.
Well, they're sentient. I'll wave.
You're their bee dragons.
If he fucking knows I'm here, no reason to hide. What's up, bud?
Interesting. Yeah, this dragon seems to kind of take that, and as it kind of starts to slow its flap to a glide for a second, it takes a moment and kind of tips both its wings down left and right and kind of teeters in the air for a second as it continues to fly off forward. And
is it flying lower, or is it just continuing at its current height? Like, is it going to land?
Was going lower, and you hear the sound of wind start to fade out.
We suppose it is landing. Maybe we go speak with dragon. They talk, you know. I can't understand them, but...
Cool. You seemed very merry with the other one.
Well, the other one and I will
about
have many
here.
words.
You should be able to see the other one.
The other one?
You should just be able to see the dragon up
Oh,
above.
yeah, I can. Yeah.
Rock comes up to a pretty steep climb upwards, and it seems to be perched up higher. You run a perception.
Wow.
Okay. Yep, you get to see just the kind of his two front paws hanging off the end of it. Talons kind of gripped into the rock as a large head is hanged over the end of it, tilted sideways to be able to get a good view of you as you walk underneath.
Okay. Seeing as my perception's kind of trash, I am gonna just keep making my way up.
Well,
that way.
We'll go ahead and at this moment, Gromm kind of stops you right about there as he kind of reaches out and kind of grabs your shoulder and points directly over top as his perception beat it to a second head that's peering much closer, smaller than the other. Good news.
To be clear, these are not the dragons, not the dragon that took Juniper and Ishadae.
Run a nature check.
God damn it!
General perception says that they don't look like it.
Oh my god, that's not a bad roll.
Hey, no, it ain't. It is not the exact dragon, no, but definitely seem to be in the same family. Has the same kind of structure, and the head's not exactly the same, but kind of meet. They could be related, could be family or something.
Okay. Well, if they're looking down at us, are they in a position where talking is a viable option?
Yeah. You'd say about 30, 40 feet up.
Ugh, this is gonna go great. I'm going to try to not look aggressive whatsoever. But I would like to give a wave. And I can only speak common and infernal, so I'm gonna speak in common.
As you wave and kind of just like start to open your mouth, the larger one that's a little farther away kind of turns its attention more towards you and, yes, little one, welcome.
Oh, you can talk in my language.
In common. In common, yes.
This is very helpful. Hello.
You are here for the other two, yes.
Yes, very much so. Would you perhaps be able to assist me in finding them and retrieving them?
After the council... Nah, too Russian. After the council has come to its decision.
There is council?
Worry not for our standings.
Oh. Wait. Are they in... hold on.
Run an insight check.
Hang on.
Yes, what's your question?
My assumption, I want to make sure I'm right. My assumption is that they are on trial?
Blame Juniper, she started it.
Not incorrect.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
I just
Malachite the lawyer is coming. Let's go.
Say hello. Oh god.
I am helping. Perhaps we could see them. I very much wish to see my sister and friend.
kind of takes a second to kind of lean back for a second. And he kind of actually lowers his head to the edge of the rock there. And it's with this that the other one that was a little closer to you kind of readies itself and takes a small hop off and glides slowly without even really flapping its wing. Just kind of takes the entire expanse of its wings, stretch out for a second, and it starts to fly off across the lake in a slow glide.
It is pretty cool. Having wings must be nice, huh?
Do not patronize our kind.
I legitimately thought your wings were cool, but we can go with patronizing. Regardless, I wish you no ill will. I only wish to find sister and friend.
It's with this, the sound of the wind starts to pick up and flying in direction from the other side, coming low across the water. That blue one is flying almost level with you in your direction.
Almost level with me. Is it gonna hit me?
It's heading towards you.
It's gonna grab me, isn't it? It's gonna. Gromm, I think it's going to grab us. I'm gonna go with it. You can dodge if you like.
Run an insight check. Oh, that was. Never mind. No, that's 2 minutes ago. Yeah.
That was before. Not this one. Well, I'm just going with gut instinct. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna stand here. Gonna wait to see what happens.
Convince Gromm to stand there.
If you'd like to stand here, I think Dragon gonna grab us a long way. I don't know. If not, we're gonna...
Persuasion, thank you.
We're gonna have great time.
Wouldn't it be great time? Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
That's the 20? That's the 20?
Gromm kind of stands up next to you, puts his hand on his shoulder, and kind of looking at what'll be this large dragon kind of flying directly towards you, and just gives a kind of nod and goes, okay, as you say.
It's not even just me now, it's Gromm.
Would you make a dex check?
Ah.
Alright. We'll get Gromm to also make an ability check. Does well enough. Not the greatest. And yes, no, as you both kind of stand here and see this large dragon come up to you within 5 feet, it buffets both its wings down, slams air as it kind of comes to almost an air brake stop and rights itself up and comes down with both hands to scoop the two of you to its chest. As it then vigorously flaps its wings to pick the both of you up off the ground.
You have very nice pectorals.
Thank you. What a statement.
What'd you want? I'm sorry.
No,
I had one goal right there.
Yeah, that's fair. You're gonna get tossed about as it does. You take a nice spin to get up into the air and get a little bit of height up into this cave, as this other dragon does much of the same to start to buffet its wings and fly up a little bit. Run a perception check.
Are we going in the water? We're going in the water. Or we're going above the water. I can't tell anymore. Well, I really can't tell anyway.
The amount of wind kind of buffeting your face now as you're flying at a higher speed. You kind of really just struggling to keep your eyes open more than anything. But you do get to see the larger dragon that came in first kind of take a dip into the darkness and off in the direction that you first had seen it. But the one that you're with continues just to kind of gain height. And circle above the water, higher into the cave. I'll give you one more. We'll give it a nature check.
Sure. Well, that's not a nature check. That's a history check. It means nothing.
Wow.
Oh, I was gonna say, while we're flying up, I'm gonna be like, so do you also speak my language?
With no general response, it kind of continues to circle up, and with your nature check, you realize as much general lighting that's in this area, with a bit of the nice crystalline light kind of spread about. There's not actually any direct light that's coming in, so the top of this cave should be closed. This dragon still kind of rights itself up to the top of the cave and kind of levels back out for a second, close to the top, and you can feel the pitch for a second as he kind of completely presses you against his pectorals and starts to dive down towards the water.
Ah, we are going in the water. We know it!
Excuse me, where's the perception check on the pectorals?
Run a perception check. Pectorals were not the reason for that pectoral for the.
No fucking way.
Didn't one of us roll a 20 on it as well? Didn't Sal?
No, Sal rolled a 1 and got distracted by
Oh.
pectorals.
No, that was on the check after.
That happened more than once. You are reminded of this really great, beautiful, picturesque view that you have.
As I get dove into the water.
As the dragon kind of pitches forward and starts to take more of a dart-sized drop. More not even falling with style, not at all a flight. And pressed against his chest, you get to hear and feel the amount of air that it is intaking as it takes in a nice deep breath.
Deep breath.
Run a survival check with advantage.
That's Gromm. That's me. With advantage.
With advantage.
Good thing we have advantage.
Okay. Yeah, no, the two of you take a nice deep breath that you were well prepared for as this dragon folds in its wings and pierces the surface of the water and just rushes down. You feel not only your weight start to shift with the impact of the water that rushes through and splashes across your entire body, face, and everything. You feel that the dragon kind of dip down through the water, level out for a second, and more glide and slide through the water than anything. As you probably stay submerged on a good moment of about 30 seconds before you feel that start to level out and start to rise up again.
Okay.
Rises for another 10, 15, 20 seconds, and then you start to feel that break all the way through of you burst the top end of the surface of the water somewhere else, somewhere darker.
Mr. DM, I have dark vision.
Yeah, yes. It's darker, it doesn't mean you can still see, but it's dark.
I know, I'm just being snarky.
You come up to an opening where the water rises. Here is more about a 10-foot circle where you stand, and a nice continuous carved out opening in front of you is a nice circular cave, another 30-foot in diameter with a 30-foot ceiling. Perfectly cut circle kind of continues forward. As you break through the water, the dragon kind of stands himself up on his rear feet and kind of just drop the two of you to your side and to the back, to where you're kind of laying almost prone for a second as it gives a nice little buffet of its wing to hop over you and lands on the path in front of you and walks off forward.
I guess I'll follow the dragon.
As the fun to it, you are generally soaking wet at this point.
Not much to do about that.
And then always do that.
I don't have anything that'll dry me off, so nope.
Yeah, no. And with that, we will begin a transition. As a quick check, I know the other two haven't been on the busy. Does anybody need a small break? As this next section will be slightly longer. No break. No break.
No break. We're going in.
Y'all ready? The other two alive?
I'm just trying to find my cat.
Somebody's at my window. Hang
Are
on.
you allowed to play D&D? We're ready to go. Transitioning. You're on screen.
Ooh.
Right.
Cave.
Cave. So this starts to widen out for a second as the one you came in with kind of trots away for a bit on its own. And bump, 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 bump.
Well,
Forward. Run a perception.
Me?
Yeah.
You said forward, it threw me off.
Ishadae. Run a
That's
perception.
true. That's true.
Fuck. Well, I'm asleep. Leave me alone.
Yeah. So you're well focused on your meditation and had not woken up to the disappearance thereof in the middle of the night. With that, we are going to do a click on to. We'll keep it there. It'll be fine. All right. Yeah. The larger one has kind of trotted off in front of you. You've shown up here.
Kind of look over at Gromm and be like, "We are in a dragon's lair with many dragons. We should be very careful what we say and do."
Kind of stops for a second,
You're
pats
saying
himself, kind of checks his gear, touches his belts and whatnot, and kind of just. This is what you get up to when I'm not around?
Well, yeah, pretty much. It's nice to have you around, though, in case it all goes to shit.
Remind me to better prepare yourself
Yeah,
when we get home.
We need better. This is a lot.
You can eat.
Oh, thank you, Gromm.
You start to approach. A larger one is wandered off, and in the center here, would you like to run a perception? Run a perception first.
No, I see the. No.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure we're under its wing.
Oh my god!
God.
All right, well, let's roll with that.
Let's roll with. He did not do that much better. All right. You're
gonna
generally
wander.
distracted as this larger one kind of goes to approach you. You do get to see, yeah, as you kind of come up, that there is just a large pile of dragons off to one side, as this whole opening expanse just definitely expanded to what would be a 50-foot ceiling upwards, and a huge open area.
Okay. I'll approach. This is the one that we were talking to, right? That's the biggest one. It's the
Run a
biggest
history.
one.
Okay, it looks the same. You know.
They look the same. Not all dragons look the same. No, I'm just kidding. I can't
Say
remember.
that.
I'm just gonna address
Mike.
it as if it's the one I was talking to, but I don't fucking know. So, where is sister and friend? Are they safe?
As you approach, you get this low guttural growl that comes across, and in response, as it kind of lowers its head for a second, but this low humming vibration kind of rocks your inner core.
Ayo.
It vibrates me?
The air around you is entirely vibrating, but it definitely kind of let out this low guttural hum as you approached. Then it kind of stops for a second. Yes, your associates are here. It's not so Russian.
Gonna look around.
Everyone's Russian now.
Everyone's Russian.
Except for me.
They are still resting.
Okay. So perhaps you could tell me about
Ishadae,
Count?
perception check. Will be revealed with results of congregations. Ishadae, you are distracted now at the sound of Malachite. You can hear his conversation
I
across
want to
the
like
way.
peek my head out from underneath the wing and just look over.
You see the larger purple one from last night, holding a conversation with Gromm and Malachite.
She would then quickly go back in and shake Juniper awake if she isn't already.
Juniper, Ishadae. Y'all already both got a long rest last time, right?
Yeah, we did it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, go ahead and wake the two of yourselves. Juniper, will you run a Constitution check?
You have new art.
Okay. You know, while your sleep was really good, you were, not so happy sleeping in a place that is not home and is an uncommon place. As comfortable as you were easily awoken by Ishadae and kind of snapped to consciousness, and you don't feel groggy or tired at all. You're definitely just kind of awake and alert.
Oh my god. Yeah, she would shake her awake, and when she sees that she's waking up, she'll be like, Mal's here.
Mal.
He's over there.
You're over the shoulder of Ishadae to see if she can see him.
It is with this as well that the one here in front of you, Mal, kind of stops for a second and focuses itself, and you roll an Arcana check. They're going so well for you.
That was pretty good.
You can tell magic is happening.
Great, we're gonna do this.
There you go. As you kind of can tell that it itself is focusing on magic as the entire light level for the entire area starts to open up a bit.
Oh!
I see.
Fun!
As above you, hanging from the ceiling, there's this rock formation in the dead center of the arched ceiling that starts to open and pull itself apart as some pores start to open inside of it. Run a nature check on it, Mal.
Boy, I should have
just so
invested in
common today?
nature. God damn.
Oh no!
All right. So not only does it remind you of as the pores start to open upon it, it's not only reminds you of a nest of insects for it. You can also just so faintly start to almost hear the buzzing of wings just somewhere off in the distance inside the light.
Oh my god.
The buzzing of wings?
Yep.
Oh.
Do you want me to know that?
Oh. That is not a pleasant sound. How big do you think these wings have to be to make that sound from this distance?
You want another nature check?
Oh god.
No, you did good. You had a 20 for it anyways.
Okay.
They'd have to be almost about your wingspan.
Oh. No.
No.
Okay. Continuing to address the dragon, because I have not seen Ishadae or Juniper at this point. I would have been mid asking about the council thing, but now I want to know what these big buzzing sound.
With this, there is a bit also commotion starting to happen in the pile of behind you. You can start to see a couple of the larger ones start to move, and bit of commotion start to happen for everything. But some of them start to get up and move. You asked for it, and he kind of stops, turns its head to the side, and kind of looks up towards the fixture, looks back. Simply fireflies.
Okay.
Held here for light.
It's kind of neat. Very clever.
Quite. Just kind of turns for a second and just starts to pick himself up and wander back over towards the pile.
I want to follow him.
And not flying, definitely just kind of
Yeah.
walking and trotting slightly. With this one also. Hey, yeah, the one that the two of y'all are with kind of starts to rustle himself a little bit more, picking up his head and pulling it outside the wing for a second to look over top, and then uncoiling his tail from the two of you.
Yeah, as he's doing that, I'm gonna kind of, I guess, duck under the wing as if to like move away a curtain, and like step forward a little bit to investigate as
He'd
Mal
start
walks
to
over.
raise his wing as well to make it with simple ease. Mal, you have a general line of sight for that, and you can also kind of just hear Gromm just give a slight sigh. Just okay, sure.
If I have visual on Juniper, I literally just want to point like Spider-Man point.
Yeah, me too.
You should be like, give me,
Brother?
sister. And then I'll go make my way past the dragon. And embrace. Awkward sibling hug.
Oh.
Usually it would sound
I
like-
imagine you would have just like scooped me up and my arms are at my side and you just lift me off the ground.
That sounds about right, yeah. We was worried about you.
As
How did you get here?
the two of you rise, Juniper, you do get to notice that the one that you were cuddled up with and the larger one that Mal came in with, they do exchange their half of a greeting.
Nice.
Oh,
Ford!
Oh, did we lose Ford?
Ford's back.
Welcome back. I don't have
Random
Discord
stuff.
notifications.
Yeah. Yes, siblings.
So, awkward sibling hug, I cross you and lift you and I put you back down. He does not know how to actually address Ishadae, other than like, I'm also glad you are okay.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah.
How did you
Uh,
find us?
We made the elevator, and we are the only two that have come.
We'll tap into Caliban.
We
How
let
did you
them
get through the water?
sleep. Oh, yeah, I just held my breath a long time. Oh, you mean how? Yeah, no, we got carried by dragon.
At this point, the large purple one here on the side kind of gives a low hum, nods over towards Ishadae, and just simply, I heard your conversation from last night. I apologize. We left someone to greet your
Aww.
potential friends.
You should would say thank you.
Quite. We are on the understanding that you all could be possibly, and it kind of shifts its perception over your shoulder to the one behind you, and just possibly of assistance. And it kind of takes a second
Assistance.
to kind of turn itself and then start to waltz off.
You should would then speak up
Eh.
about that.
What kind of assistance are they talking
They
about?
want our help with something. They were very vague, and she'd like point to the one over her shoulder. They want our help working together with them for something. They wouldn't tell me
Okay.
much.
You understand the last one? Is this the stupid one that fucking tried to throw me? I can't tell anymore. They all look the same.
Run an investigation. I'm trying to get you off nature.
It's not better.
It might be. Yeah, it might. It looks that one looks the right size.
God damn it!
And, yeah, right structure. Maybe, yeah.
Ooh.
Are you asking them?
I was gonna say something, but I feel like that is inviting death. So, perhaps we have conversation about what the expectations are for this help.
And it's from the backside of Ishadae that you get to hear Arishimasi.
Oh, it is you.
Ishadae will understand that the consensus is soon.
Is this the dragon that tried to push me in a hole?
They said we'll talk about it soon.
I'm just gonna squinty eye that dragon, and I'm gonna move on with my life.
Whatever's left of it.
Yep. However short that might be. What is I heard there's a council and some sort of, I guess, trial or something. I'm unclear. They are not straightforward.
Boy. No, they're not.
Could you be straightforward? I am at a loss. I need
Are you
additional.
asking Ishadae that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I need additional information.
There's a huff from behind Ishadae of running inside their mouth.
Oh my God.
It's you can't really tell if it's a sigh or a laugh or something. But the larger one is definitely understanding what
Can
you're
I
saying.
roll
and-
insight?
Yeah, run an insight.
I'm just gonna huff back. I don't care what it's meant by it. I'm just gonna be like,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, the larger one was definitely kind of trying to stifle a laugh of what Malachi's words was. That's what you got, Ishadae.
Okay.
And you were last asked a question from Mal. Or I guess
I
no, you
was?
responded.
Sorry,
Yeah.
what did you say?
I was asking for clarification on the entire situation because I needed straightforward answers.
She would turn back to them and be like, so, in Sylvan, she would say, can you be more clear on what exactly we're being asked help with?
Why, the ends of the world, of course.
Oh, great.
Oh god.
Is that in common?
No, it's in
Could you
Sylvan.
please be more specific?
If we had the answer to the cause, we would have squashed it ourselves.
What is the actual situation that... What is the actual situation? That's it.
Let's just roll this real quick. He kind of he huffs for a second and lays himself back down, as he was kind of more upright more than anything, but he kind of just lays himself all the way down and puts his head to the ground, kind of closes his eyes for a second and hums. And seems more in thought than anything.
Okay, I was gonna say, if they just blanked me.
Is your
And,
dragon saying anything useful?
Are they gonna say anything, or are they done?
Well, I mean, not if someone else is going to be speaking over. You know,
No,
just-
I'm just talking because I don't know what it's saying, so I'm just playing
Yeah.
along.
I get you.
Oh. That stark shift in music, though.
I know. What an odd.
Your music shifted?
Blaine.
I can't-
Mine did. Mine cut out a couple
Oh.
times.
Oh.
Oh no,
Did
mine
it not for
Mine
you
was fine.
guys?
didn't. Yeah, no, that's a you problem.
All
I was
right.
just like, huh? What?
Yeah, no, he kind of hums for a second. Picks his head back up, and to kind of, at this point, just kind of getting an eye back to Ishadae. And there's words that do not convey properly. There is evil festering and proliferating, but specificities are unknown. Where your usefulness comes in.
Then how do you know about the evil to begin with?
And he kind of readies himself up a little bit, and kind of picks himself up, and he starts to step back and twist himself in his spot, and then takes a small hop over this stone wall. Kind of looks back. Come, Ashu.
Oh.
Move these. Jump. Also with this, a general perception check, or sound, brain.
Damn.
Wait, am I wrong? Perception?
You have a
Yeah.
plus 8?
Now.
Wow, Sal. +8.
Damn! 18, 19, 20!
There you go. You come aware now at the sound of just as he has kind of started to beckon you over. There is a large guttering grind happening as you just look past him, and you notice one of the larger one has two of his front limbs on the large stone cutout here, and is starting to bite and maw down into the rear end of a bloody dead horse. And just past it,
Thank God it's labeled.
bunch of other of the smaller wyverlings are happily splatting and jumping about this pile of meats, random fleshes and viscera on the far end of the room. But this one is
Before
heading in that
following,
direction.
she would turn back to them and say something about evil's the end of the world. They're still not being clear, but they want us to follow them.
Okay.
Gromm just kind of yeah,
Seems like the time, eh, Gromm?
quite.
Did you think you'd have such a good outing?
I would have brought my nice pants.
I thought those were your nice pants.
Oh, I didn't realize we were still moving. Wait,
I assumed
Yeah,
you were
with
in
this,
front of me.
the large dragon here kind of comes up to a slow for a second, as the small ones are now happily jumping about this collection of crystals and viscera here in the corner, chewing and chomping, and you have him kind of stop from pause for a second as the other one over here to the far right kind of lets out another low rumble from across the way. But Juniper, you run a perception.
Dang it.
You can't
Does she get advantage?
You can't tell exactly why, but it's not the same as the greeting. But the large one in front of you kind of stops for a second and turns back, and only as you may approach, as it looks over towards Ishadae.
Approach what?
Are you asking that?
I'm asking either you or the dragon, whichever one's going to reply to me.
Well, then you're asking the dragon. Kind of stops, and you seek our answers. They come from the well.
The pile
Is
of
it-
meat?
As it takes a couple more steps forward off to the side here. and lays its head on one of the larger stones here to the side. It is
Where'd the big purple
with
one
this
go?
moment that Juniper, from your farther side here to the right, you hear a quick snap of the jaws of this dragon, who's very intently watching you.
Do I see that as well?
I'd like to roll an insight.
I bite back.
Yeah.
I'd tell
Run a-
Juniper, maybe stay away from the younger ones.
Juniper, you get that is generally what's happening here. Is this large one is just this other one that's not eating is just being a little protective of the younger ones and doesn't like you approaching them.
I'd like to give my greeting to the dragon. My draconic
Performance.
greeting.
Can we hear it?
No. Absolutely not.
Oh.
With the
Yeah,
dolphin?
it's the morning. You're waking up. You know, it wasn't the greatest for it. But you get the majority of it, and you get the right actions for it. Let's. Okay. The one across the way kind of pauses for a second and considers it, and then also lowers its head in response in a like manner, but of course, better polish.
Can I find my baby dragon that I've been bonding with?
Perception.
They all look the same.
She knows her baby.
He seems to be the one farthest back as the one that you recognize.
Okay.
You just want to know where he is?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Ishadae, what are you doing?
She's just confused. Until, like, they say something else, she's just like, what do you want me to do?
After a good pause, then dragon, with his head kind of laid still on the rock, with his eyes closed for a second, he opens the eye and shifts his head slightly over to look at you. And Wells, are you approaching?
Yeah? That's caps lock, not shift. She doesn't want to get too close to the raw meat. What exactly do you want me to do?
I'm assuming that's your actual question you're asking.
Yeah.
And he very much come and commune with the well.
She's gonna take a step forward and put her hand on it. On the same rock.
Same rock. Focus at an arcana. Juniper, run a. Never mind. This larger one is kind of taking a couple of extra steps closer. Arcana
I want to
did.
touch the rock too.
Oh no, it's happening where I'm glowing again. Because the lights
It's canon though this time.
It's canon.
Mal, run an insight check.
Yep.
Me? No, Mal, okay.
This larger one, while aware of your presence, is less worried with you and is very much more staring at your sister.
I'm just gonna go up and say hi. I'll be like, hello. Maybe not that close. Maybe like that.
Get in its jaw and say hello.
Be like, hello. Seeing it's kind of eyeballing Juniper. Be like, hello, I am Mel. What is your name? Was totally just trying to take its attention.
Just kind of taken aback by you trying to break its line of sight, and it kind of tips its head to the side.
I'm gonna lean with it.
You're fully trying to intercept.
To you too. What?
I feel like you just insulted
Are you
his
saying?
family.
Are you fully trying to step in front of its vision?
I'm just
Tilts its head?
leaning in front of it, like I just want to be just enough, like it has to pay attention to me.
How much closer do I need to get to touch the rock too?
You would have to.
Like, is there enough space between Ishadae and the dragon, the baby dragon here, to like touch the rock?
Yes, there would be.
All right. Fuck it, we bowl.
To run an Arcana check as well. To to Ishadae's 19 as well though.
Damn it, that was a 19.
Rip. You place your hand on this stone where he has his head, and you start to focus on any of the magical energy around here, which has definitely been well concentrated here. And as your hand kind of starts to get a little colder, and you can feel almost like an icy surface on the top of the stone. You focus with it, and your mind almost starts to slip for a second. You make a wisdom save. I had to stop myself from saying will save.
I'm sorry, was that for me or Juniper?
Yes. No. Ishadae, sorry.
Yes, no.
Yes, no. Ishadae.
Okay, sorry. Was not in my chair for a second. Wisdom save?
Yes.
How do I do saves with the new sheet? Wait, no, I know. I'm good.
I don't know. I don't use it.
I reverted to the old one.
Yeah. Don't know. Don't use it.
Wait, yeah, how... Oh, here.
There's just a whole extra section for saving throws.
Yeah. I saw it as I opened my
I
mouth.
remember I checked this a while ago, but I couldn't remember.
We're doing so good.
So you feel your mind start to kind of slip and fade almost in consciousness for a second as you kind of restudy yourself. And as you kind of try to bring your consciousness back to a central point, you find yourself more engulfed with light than you remember. Everything's a little brighter, and you are standing on a surface of water. As across from where you are is just a constant blue opening, and as you kind of take in your area next to you, there is a larger blue mass next to you, another blue light kind of emanating around.
Are they the same blue?
As
Well, you said there was a big blue light in front of me. Didn't you? No?
Yes. No. Okay. That's what I was asking. Which blue? It's like you're on a surface of blue. There's a blue. Yes. It is that. It is that same blue. Which, as you kind of have a moment there, you're in not necessarily a Sylvan, but directly to your mind, you can hear the conversation from the presence next to you. And it is just yes, nicely done. Here, follow along.
I assume I can recognize that as the dragon, right?
Yeah, that's what it seems to be.
Okay, cool.
As it seems to start to take flight and progress forward across this blue expanse.
She'll follow after it.
Run an Arcana or a Nature.
I think they're the same.
Are you trying to stay along the ground, or are you trying to fly as well?
I'm trying to walk on the ground. I don't expect to be able to fly.
Then you do match its speed along the ground as it kind of takes itself a little higher off the ground than not. And as it progresses forward for a good moment, you start to see the blue underneath you kind of start to give way a little bit, and it starts to almost fade into more of a brown, more of a solid dirt almost, kind of muddy color come across, and he continues to travel in silence for a good moment. As off in the distance, you can start to feel almost a bit of pressure come forward. Go ahead and run another Arcana.
Mm-hmm. Ishadae would also ask, so what is this exactly?
This is the well of the Evers.
The what?
The Evis.
Could you spell that?
Evess.
Okay.
I spelled that way differently.
Fair enough.
And what would that be?
Getting to your Arcana check though.
Yes.
You feel that presence before you as well. The majority of your light coming from this presence next to you, and you have the ground to follow in front of you. The general horizon around you is a very oppressive and blank, dark void. But you've actually felt that getting closer towards you in front of you as you progress forward. And it is as this that the presence next to you starts to come to a slow and lowers itself back down to your horizon and level. The Evis is a medium for understanding the world. Tis
And what does that mean?
difference for all visitors, and the most honest and truthful way to gain information.
I see.
Look-
And why are we
Look
here?
now in front of you. And one more Arcana. Just
Oh my
one
god,
point
I love
better.
Arcana.
1 point better. Damn it.
Oh my god.
Advantage because I'm a druid.
Come on, you know you want
Roll a
it.
religion
Yeah,
check.
you want
Roll a
to.
religion check. Stand by.
Not a cleric yet. What's the point?
Not a cleric yet. Yeah, run it with advantage. Okay. Go. That's a number. That's a much better number. Your mind kind of focuses for a second as you start to look in front of you, and you realize while you're kind of standing there staring at just kind of darkness. There's not really nothing that happens. But then the presence next to you kind of also tries to push out its presence and its own light out in a radius around it, and you start to notice that the darkness in front of you is kind of moving and twisting in these continuous mass of tentacles and vile tendrils that kind of reach out and conglomerate almost like a mass of worms folding and rolling over itself. And it's maybe about 20-30 feet in front of you. Distance is hard to tell. Looks now at the evil festering. We are sure of its presence, unsure of where and why.
Was this not always here?
Nos. Curses not. The world was beautiful.
What do you plan to do?
This is not up to my decisions. His light kind of starts to fade for a second, and run another wisdom save.
That was gonna be Arcana again.
Oh no. Anyway. As you start to feel your own consciousness kind of start to fade for a second, you kind of catch yourself, close your eyes and focus, and you find yourself standing back in your body as the dragon has kind of lifted its head from the stone. Juniper, this entire time, they've just kind of been standing there quietly to each other.
Yeah, I'm just
Kind of-
touching the rock and staring at her, basically.
Yep. And you just kind of get the constant sound of chomping away from the little dragons next to you. Just.
I think at some point, if the rock is big enough, I would have turned and sat on it, waiting for Ishadae to start doing something
I was
again.
gonna say, when Ishadae came out, if her hand was still on the rock, Ishadae would turn to her and be like, "Did you see it too?"
Yeah, no, if you're sitting on it, then it would have, for you, been not much more than about a good 15-20 seconds.
See what?
Ishadae?
What?
See what?
Oh,
Was from
the blue lights and everything.
Oh my god, I can't hear anything outside of Scottish. I didn't see anything.
Oh. Well, never mind then.
the
Oh, so you're not gonna tell me?
No, she's gonna tell you, but then.
yeah, large dragon kind of picks itself up and kind of stands itself over top of you and kind of waddles its way backwards as best it can while kind of just starting to turn for a moment and right itself back up.
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, she would continue with Juniper then and be like, there was blue water and then there was black all around and it was tentacles and that was the evil and that's how they know there's the evil but they don't know where it's coming from. It didn't make a whole lot of sense, but it was something.
You get a small chuckle from the dragon behind you.
Do you think that had anything to do with what happened in Scottsville?
Did it look like the magic in Scottsville? Because that was all dark and tentacly, right?
Run a history check. That'd
Run
be
your
so cool of
mouth.
you.
Oh, Mr. DM, do I get advantage because my parents are dead?
Are your parents dead? Do you know if your parents are dead? Do you know your
They
parents?
don't care about me.
They do seem very reminiscent of a childhood trauma of yours.
She would then reply, I think so.
Maybe you should tell the dragon about that.
She would then turn around to tell the dragon. I think we've seen that kind of darkness before.
Kind of stops for a second and twists his head to the side in a bit of confusion. You've seen this vials before?
It was magic that someone was using in our hometown.
Mm-hmm. There's a good pause as he kind of closes his eyes and kind of thinks to himself again with a slow hum. Yes, yours importance may just be what we were looking for. As a quick jump, who would?
I thought I was gonna get dragged away.
That did
again.
look like a quick jump there.
That's what I was thinking.
Back over to Mal, who's been playing fucking Eskimo kisses with a dragon.
Aww.
If, I'm gonna run a strength check there, Mal.
A
Or a
strength
deck
check?
save. Or a deck save. Are you moving or not?
Whoa!
Yes, you are.
That tracks for every roll I've had today.
the small one here is definitely kind of taking its head to the side for a second, and you kind of follow it as it also then quickly turns, as it comes to one side and tucks its head towards your crotch area and lifts you up off of your feet to toss you backwards a good 10
my
feet.
God.
As you land onto your ass.
Oh. This is second time this is happened.
Gromm kind of steps forward and puts a hand on your shoulder for a second. You okay?
Just pride.
Maybe not play. You run a quick perception. Real easy, right?
You'd
If I
think
watched that happen,
This would have been
Juniper
during
would
this.
have laughed.
Yeah, you would have heard it, but Mal, you kind of notice, like, from your seated position, you look up and the small one's eyeing you down very aggressively, but you also notice that there has been a stop of movement from the stone slab next to you. The other darker one is definitely stopped what it's doing and is just eyeing you down currently.
Dragon play past the mile.
Yes, this terrible game, truly. I am not fan of being tossed by dragons constantly. I'm just gonna stand here by Gromm and not do anything.
With this, the
safer.
The larger one kind of huffs again in a small little laugh, and you censoring? All right. Kind of laughs for a second and kind of approaches as Gromm, a little uneasily, kind of takes a half step back as well as he kind of comes up next to the two of you, and obviously not here for common, but for Sylvan, so I don't have to do it 3 times for everything, and just maybe we move on from here. So it kind of just hisses at the two of you and kind of turns to walk past.
He did it
You said that in
Sylvan?
Sylvan?
He said it in Sylvan.
Okay.
I'm just gonna try and imitate him and follow.
Run a performance.
One
I'm
of us is gonna learn
trying
Sylvan, the
to
other
die.
one's gonna learn Draconic.
Yeah.
Just by copying.
Yeah, you kind of do a hiss or two. You hear him back, and Gromm kind of watches him leave.
Yeah.
Sees you do that, and is just kind of.
Wait, no, I want to step up behind Mal and repeat the proper thing of what he said instead of
Yeah.
So anyway,
maybe we get you water or not that.
Is there anything cool in this pile over here?
Run a perception check.
I've been eyeballing this shit since we got here. Wow, that tracks.
Here's a bunch of tools, some cloth, and bottles.
Great. Looks like trash. Let's go.
Definitely as you kind of approached and came closer to it, the one that was there curled with it kind of lifted his head.
What do they say to greet each other? It's like Sharasa or something? I don't know. That's how they greet me, so I assume it's a greeting at this point.
Run a history check. Yeah, it's probably Sharasha. Yeah, you're right.
I'm gonna say it to the dragon and move on.
Wait, what does it mean? I want to know.
Yeah, he just kind of opens an eye and kind of watches you walk by, and that's about it for it.
Good stuff.
Juniper, perception. All right. Strength check with advantage.
2.
Oh god.
Okay.
Wow.
as you got to kind of hear the tip tap of talons, you kind of brace yourself, did your best too, and still you get this pounce on the back onto your back with these paws that hit your shoulder blade and kind of dip you forward, and you kind of bend at the waist for a second as this one kind of crawls around your shoulders again as you right yourself up and balances itself horizontally across your shoulders.
I will move to scratch its head.
And you get a nice little just kind of chipper and in response, it kind of coils down and kind of relaxes itself, kind of hanging its weight on your shoulders.
Yeah, that's cute. I love that.
Does not say that. And any other general questions for the moment?
I'm just following now.
If we had just like a moment of peace and love and quiet, I would have turned to Gromm and pulled out the vial that I got from the bottle that I got from the dragon, and I would have showed it to him.
You have a vial?
Dragon, give
We
me
got a
this.
bottle.
It looks nice. I do not
If
know.
I'm there, I want to repeat whatever it is I remembered about it being old and being fancy.
Something about it seems dated before the calendar change and fancy.
Yeah, that.
Yeah. No. Gromm just kind of gives a nod and it's nice. I do not know. With
Juniper
this,
is just gonna huff and stash it back into her bag, a little annoyed.
we will take a slight pause and a quick
No!
break. As we're 2 hours plus in.
God damn.
Quick break.
Quick break.
Okay.
Break time!
We're going to break, chat. Don't go anywhere. Whee! Yeet. Everybody eat? No?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Or
Yeah.
all right. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody.
Snacks required.
Snacks required. Yes. Everybody sit back and enjoy part 3 of episode 11, because part 1 is unreleased currently.
What?
What?
I missed out. Oh, that's what it says. Okay.
Oh.
I want to read this.
Oh, also the rapier is not there. I took the rapier back.
I was pretty sure you did.
Yeah.
I wasn't really listening during that direction. I was just bored and wanted to do
Damn.
something.
Fair enough.
I'm a nerd, apparently.
Yeah, but
At least you're not a nose machine.
welcome back, nonetheless. It is with y'all kind of stepping to the side for a second. The one you have come with has kind of settled himself down for a moment and kind of relaxed, and y'all had a moment to kind of conversate and just kind of catch up with each other. have a quick reprieve, and it is with this moment that I get a perception check out of
Oh my god.
everyone.
I rolled a nat 20. There are lines.
Uh-huh.
Oh, what is
Perceive that there's a mess then.
Perception, cool.
Yeah. I got higher
Dang.
than you.
Too hot. Yes, you all feel this this low rumble that happens. And it says the majority of everything here around you all kind of turn for a second.
Oh.
Almost unnaturally, as coming in from the corner of the room. Come on now. Do the thing.
Come on now, little doggy.
Another large, mayhaps the same one. You know, you'd have to find
I
out.
roll to see if it's the same one.
Yep, go ahead.
I'd also
Nature?
like to roll to see if it's the same one.
I'm just gonna assume it's the same one. It's the biggest one.
Investigation. Oh damn. Oh damn! Twinning 15s!
Hell yeah.
Heyo.
I just don't have big bonus.
It is not the same one as last night. Or as
Oh.
before.
I think it's the same one. They all look
Yep.
the same to me.
I'm gonna slowly start sidestepping and inching my way towards the dragon that we are familiar with. Oh god.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
My screen.
When you give me a name for this wyvernling, you'll have control over it.
My
Let me know.
wyvernling?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh god, how do I control things?
No,
Mm.
when you get a
What if I
name for
just
it,
refuse to
You can
name
name
it?
it.
then it may end up leaving.
Oh god.
You gotta keep our naming convention.
Yeah, no. There's a low hum that happens. Once again, with it also, with its entrance, it kind of has everyone's attention, and once again, just another vibration throughout the entire air kind of happens, as it kind of stops and turns back from where it came, and the other four from across the room start making their way. As this one behind you kind of gets up in its spot and does a small hop and flap of its wings to kind of glide over you. As this one kind of peels to leave, and the others.
I'm gonna lean over and ask
Follow.
Ishadae, like, yes, your dragon, what is happening?
She would ask what's happening.
Juniper, are you walking off that way?
Yeah, I'm following the dragons.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Wait those for a second. Pause that. As Ishadae is gonna get the answer, they're very much kind of just pauses, sighs, and kind of stands himself up. The council has reached a decision.
So are we going now?
Yeah. I believe about time to go.
I wasn't asking you.
yeah, I know. I'm getting myself still resatiated. We wish to be summoned here shortly.
Should they be running off then?
And he kind of twists his head to look over. No, probably not. Juniper, you can keep running now at whatever speed you'd like.
She would ask, should you stop them?
I'm just sticking with Juniper.
Run a perception from the two of you.
God damn it.
That's what.
Oh, that was
Be
almost a nat
courteous.
20 for you, Mal. Oh god.
This is a way bigger the cave than I thought it was.
Thanks. Oh, okay. Mal, you notice it before Juniper does, and that's even better. Standing almost with the shadows still, is a large figure at the end of this open way.
And I'm gonna just kind of like lock my arm in hers to stop her for a second. Be like, we have company.
Oh. I'm gonna roll for my draconic greeting.
I thought you were gonna say roll for initiative.
Performance.
Roll for initiative.
Each day you hear a sigh as you walk off, as Gromm is the last one in the party to follow in the direction.
Poor Gromm.
What gender was my wyvernling again?
Have you checked?
I have not.
Seems
I
male.
think you failed to check on it.
Yeah. Seems male from your understanding.
When you should I get? Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
I was going with the performance at least. You give that a proper response now. Hearing it a couple times, kind of reminded of how the low high low goes. You give a proper response and a bow of your head, and this one stands kind of still more stock still and doesn't really respond in the like manner that you've seen, as he kind of seems more on guard.
Each day would just call out to them and be like, "We're not supposed to go in yet."
Oh, why didn't you say so?
I'm sorry. I should have.
I'll walk back over to unnamed
Wait. What was
teenage dragon.
what was Juniper's greeting? I want to try and replicate it.
Nature check.
Shit.
You're so good at them. How can I not?
Oh!
Nice.
Twinning 18s! Look at that!
Yo.
Wonder twins!
Give a performance check.
Okay.
As you give an attempt to replicate really just where it originated from, as it didn't seem like a normal hum. She kind of gave a greeting to follow suit with.
So is it just a hum? It's not an actual motion.
Give a performance.
Okay. Well, the reason that I asked,
Oh.
amazing,
Oh my god.
is I was
Give us
gonna
your best hairball impersonation.
Hang on, I can do that. Hang on.
Ew.
So
You're welcome.
thank you. Yeah, you recognize that it is much more of a vibration below the vocal cords. It's nowhere in the mouth, not even mid throat. It is more at the bottom of the windpipe where the collarbones even meet. Is where this vibration is coming from. As Juniper gives this greeting melody of a hum in response, and your curiosity to it doesn't even you can't. That's not possible. There's nothing that happens in that section. Like, how does it? More of a hairball kind of wrenching than more than anything.
I'll just say Sharasa and walk away.
Very.
As someone who speaks Sylvan, does Sharasa mean anything?
No.
I can't remember what the thing keeps calling me, but it's something like that.
Mr. DM,
Yes.
is the color of the image of the dragons on Forge accurate to the color that they are, or what is the color of my wyvernling?
He is more paler. It is pretty accurate. It's more of a silver and pale color.
When Mal comes back over, I want to ask him, why did you say Charasa?
It's like a game of telephone.
That's what this one keeps calling me. I assumed it's some kind of greeting.
There's another little truckle from the dragon next to you.
You know, I know your friends can speak my language. Are you choosing not to?
Neil,
Can I teach Mal whatever the greeting is for like hello in Sylvan?
For Mal, he hears back in response to just Aramishar. And
Jerasa. And I'm just gonna go sit on the rock
What does
over
it
here.
mean?
And Sylvan, all you get is a if I were to lower your standards. But
Wait, so you can speak common?
are you asking him that in Sylvan?
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of gives a huff for a second, and And no direct response.
Can you?
Damn, he's been trolling us.
He has no eye contact at the current moment. I clicked wrong.
While
I
that's
apologize.
happening, I would like to inspect my baby dragon.
Gonna hold him out in front of you.
Yeah,
Belly up, backside. Now you're holding him.
just like a baby under the armpits.
Under the there is a wing there. No, I guess no, not his shoulders. Yes, I see. Never mind. Shoulders, actual limbs. Okay. He spreads his wings and tries to get a little comfortable and kind of wiggle for a second and just kind of snaps and kind of looks back at you with his head kicked to the side.
Is it a boy or a girl?
It seems to make a real easy nature check.
So do you have
Oh my god, that was
baby
almost in
dragons?
that one.
While not fully developed, definitely that of a male.
Okay.
And as with this, you also hear a trotting along the ground. As another one kind of comes forward, definitely smaller than some of the others you've seen, but kind of makes his presence known for a second. Would you like to run a nature check there, either Juniper, any who wants to?
I want to keep pestering the dragon and being like, have I been translating to you this whole time when you could speak common?
You're still being ignored.
It's still going. That's it.
Juniper, you notice this one that enters in, while being a bit smaller but of a darker color, there seems to be a good bit of age. A good bit of age to this one. Definitely seems to almost sag or saunter a little more than everybody else. But it comes up for a second. It gives a small greeting to the one here on the side as it kind of progresses forward. And
I'm gonna let the wyvernling bring it closer to me again, and then let it crawl back onto my shoulders if it wishes to do so.
It'll do a little half crawl and step up onto it, and then as it does a kind of small circle to kind of come around, it sees the other one for a second and it kind of stops and make another strength check, and he's gonna hop down.
Oh god.
You'll get used to this eventually, right?
Nope.
God, you keep rolling so bad.
It gets lower and lower.
Make a dex save.
Oh god, okay.
There you go. You get this nice kick backwards that you weren't expecting. You weren't ready for him to lay back down, and just this kick backwards directly from your shoulders. Your entire set of balance just goes sideways. But you've got enough reaction time to do almost like a backwards roll, a reverse somersault almost, as you kind of roll all the way backwards and stand back up as if nothing happened and just kind of dust yourself off. This is
Nice.
this little one kind of does a little hop, scot forward, and kind of does a little circle underneath the bigger one, and kind of starts to dance underneath the feet for a second before jumping and wrapping itself around the leg of it.
Insert
You
draconic
got
greeting.
traded up.
Draconic training and whatever you should say. Greeting.
I wasn't talking, I was commenting.
Okay. You give a successful greeting, and this old elder kind of stops and huffs for a second. Not in a disapproving way, but just kind of okay. And it will take a full trot closer. That way. And get a little closer than most others have been, and definitely place its face much closer to you, and give a nice low hum and lower its head to show you the entire like spine of spines, bones coming out of its coming both out of its end of its snouts and all the way down its entire back.
Can I roll insight on why it's doing that? What its intentions are?
Sure. It seemed to have paused here for a second. It's might be inviting even.
And sorry, the way I visualized what you said, it like dipped its head down to show off its spine.
I think it wants you to get on its back.
Like, is its head to the ground so that I can walk on it?
Its head is
Don't
definitely
walk on his head.
all the way down to where you could see the entire row of its from the top of its head all the way down its entire back between its wings and whatnot.
Oh, it has green eyes like you.
Can I touch it?
Yes, you may. Just slowly reach out a hand.
Yeah, I'll slowly reach out a hand to touch the dragon scales and the spikes and the spines and see if the dragon has any reactions to me feeling it up.
Malachite, do you have any reactions to this?
It's touching the big one or the little one? I'm sorry.
The big one.
I am just gonna watch because these two have spent way more time down here and have some weird relationship. And I'm just gonna sit here and do nothing and watch.
He's pouting.
Yeah, Ishadae's gonna huff at her dragon and just go join this conversation.
Fair enough. It has no general reaction to it. Okay, let's make sure that was the right one. Sorry. No general reaction. It kind of sits generally still. And it seems does not seem any kind of displeased. But takes a second to raise his head back up slowly, as if to give you enough time to not be startled.
As it raises its head back up, I want to lower my own head and like touch the tip of my horns as if to be like, look at mine.
It takes a moment to kind of pause and stop, and it gives a nice little huff and a nice little kind of same as before, just look at that kind of thing. Just
cool. I'm going
affirmative.
to take that as it likes my horn.
And with this, you're gonna turn. You're gonna start its trek back.
Yeah, I'm gonna start following it.
With that, the dragon here is also going to do so, and this one is going to kind of step more to the side and kind of lower itself back to the ground.
Where's Gromm at? He's coming with?
Yeah, just straight in the back as well.
Oh. I'll let you have that side.
And I'm just going to grab him, set him to the side, grab all of y'all. Come on now. Here we go. Everybody progressing, no problems?
Slay. Nice.
Any complaints?
Nope.
No complaints. Let us eat.
All right.
Let us be
be yeeted. Yeeter be yeeted. So this cave kind of narrows down again for a little bit, and you can feel the temperature almost actively start to drop. The lights from behind you start to dim and everything gets dark again, which is not a problem for anybody. But your eyes adjust to what's forward, and there is a good moment of just still and quiet as it is just the sound of yourselves progressing forward down. Drag. Okay. And we will transition over here. The light fixtures in front of you start to glow these different hues of blue. As a good bit of light kind of forms in front of you, you realize you're coming into another large opening. And the one in front kind of gives just a soft call to you and just enter with respect. And we shall
Transition.
Transition. Get y'all into a line. Any marching order specific?
Probably just behind the two ladies here.
Yep. Other than what y'all were. All right. Get Gromm on the map. Make sure he's there.
Yeah, gotta have Gromm.
Preload and activate.
Oh.
The two here have walked all the way forward, and the one that you've come with has come up to match your space. As you enter, you find yourself in the ravine in a valley. As to the side of each side of you, there's these intricately carved out stone platforms, if not, and a couple of smaller dragons up to the side. And the one that you came in with at first is kind of stopped up to the side, and you see the Wyverling kind of dismount as it reaches the end of the room before stopping and turning on itself. And the other two came with has progressed all the way forward to about the middle of the room.
I will follow up behind Ishadae.
Ishadae! I don't want to go in front.
Oh, I'll go ahead.
Change
Can I get
places.
a perception check at everybody?
Actually, I'm gonna go here.
Holy shit.
Fuck. Mal, run an Arcana check.
No!
Oh god.
That was not who I expected to get that.
Ah!
They both roll terribly.
Oh my
Mal.
god, my dice hit yours and it turned yours to a 19 and I thought it was mine that turned to a 19. I'm so mad.
Mal. So this room is filled with a bunch of different crystals, emanating different lights, and you get a bit of flicker off of tighter walls than you expected for everything else. Dragons on the upper shelves, and you can just kind of hear some soft breathing throughout everything with the amount of just life in this contained area. But as you're listening to all this, Mal, you yourself, you notice something strange off in the back as you come closer and see this what can only have been described as a council of dragons here at the end. Something about them is off. They seem slightly obscured. You kind of notice more towards the one in center and one to the right that some features aren't in view when they should be, and you can't really tell why.
Some are in view.
Some features are disturbed unnaturally. But you can't tell why, because you rolled a fucking 7.
I know. God damn it.
Oh, wait, I was
Fuck
getting
it.
one more bit of information. One more bit of information. You take a moment to listen to all the different sounds throughout everything, and you realize that in between everything else, while you have all these, again, most everything is still and there's not much of a conversation from anything, and just the general sound of breath. at a much slower rate, and there is one deeper breath happening in the surroundings.
Okay. I was already thinking about doing this and getting my last magical awareness, so yeah.
Slay.
60 feet, right?
60 feet?
What's 60 feet from... Small map, alright.
60 feet, yeet.
Mal,
God damn it.
make a wisdom save.
No!
Oh god.
Make a religion check.
You ever feel like Tina from Bob's Burgers?
Alright.
I feel like a bit bag.
Wait, a religion? Why am I making a religion check? Hang on.
So you go to magic awareness in a cave full of crystals and dragons. You open up your senses to this stream of magic as you know it, and you try to give a focus on your surroundings. And not only are you almost blinded and dazzled by these multiple sources of mana around you, you wave, give this radius around you kind of opens up wider and wider as just more lights and more different sensory effects barrage you with different amounts of mana around you. And it is as you get to about to your limit that a large tsunami wave of mana slams into your entire front features as you just get knocked backwards for a second. And it is with this the mass and heat of the direct sun blazing inferno touches your entire fronter end, and you are forced to focus nothing on but your temples to remain conscious.
Cool, so I'm out for a bit. Got it.
Great.
Mal's quiet for the first time in a long time.
Mal, are you okay?
But it's with this that the one you came in with comes forward and gives his greeting with a nice low grumble. He gives his greeting, and it is reverberated back in a response and almost a chorus from everybody around. There is this just a continuous low synchronous hum. And turning those down a little bit. There's the one in center. Can I get the other two that were here last night to make a nice history check or an investigation?
Oh, we're here already?
Or investigation.
Son of a bitch.
Not here. $17's good enough. Ishadae, you know, a lot of these are starting to look familiar, and you're trying to get to know any of them. Of course, not by name, but by features. Juniper, you're looking across, and you kind of notice that the one you walked in with here is a little more on edge with coming across to the center here, as the one dead center you recognize as the one from last night, who was very grumpy and aggressive. Yes. The one who struck him. But he takes a half step forward, spreading his wings wide for a moment, and he addresses the entire room at once.
We shall be using the common tongue for our guests.
I heard the carbon tongue. I realized 2 seconds after what you actually said, but yep, continue.
Is this in Sylvan? I have a headache.
No,
but
No, this is. They just said they're using the common.
Great, the one time they're using common.
God.
Go ahead.
The council has come to its decision. The vials of of the world shall be investigated, we shall send only one. For those who volunteer, speaks now in the common words.
Which the one that is here in center kind of takes a half step forward, and
I just saw the meme of the... Sorry, continue.
holy moly. Yeah, he kind of steps forward. Yes, I shall be volunteering. Which he does say in common.
Oh, you bitch.
At some point, let me know when my headaches kind of yawn, but otherwise I assume I'm basically incapacitated until otherwise told.
Run another wisdom save.
Okay. Swear to God, if this is a fucking one.
It's two of them.
It's 2 ones!
We kept having that last night.
Which your sister also just rolled an 11, which is funny.
Wonder Twins!
Oh, yep. All right, so nonetheless, yeah, you kind of shake yourself back to consciousness for a moment. Roll another religion check.
The religion checks are getting me. Like, what are the religion checks for? Oh my God.
That rolled past
You'll
a
never
fucking
know.
20. You never know. You won't know. There's nothing
I'm
religious.
I'm never gonna get my God because I roll so poorly on religion.
Yeah, no, you know what?
Does my God get me?
No fucking shit.
Is it 20?
No fucking
Oh,
shit.
wow.
Gromm has words for you later.
So twos.
Well, Gromm is literally my freaking
Oh,
everything. He does everything for me.
you realize as your consciousness comes back, Gromm's hand is on your right shoulder as he's kind of, stepped off for a second. He's kind of holding your weight as you realize you were also kind of off balance. He's kind of held you upright for a second.
Gromm's so great. I love Gromm.
And as you kind of like shake back to consciousness, you hear kind of quietly, "You okay?"
It hurt a little bit, but good.
And so your one here has stepped forward and volunteered, and the council member back in center kind of roughs and flaps his wings for a second, displacing some wind through the entire area.
Yes, it shall be decided. We shall investigate with the help of the guest.
Guest singular? What?
Guests. Multiple.
Okay.
It did not pick up the.
Oh well.
It's amazing
Doing the
though.
best here.
It's so good. Keep going.
Yeah. Props on the voice.
And Mal,
Oh God damn it!
Religion.
all three of you, run an Arcana check with the next phrase.
That went so well for Mal.
Oh god.
An Arcana check.
Yeah.
Hey, look, ones again. Look at that.
It's ones. You pretty much matched Ishadae at the point.
That's not good for Ishadae.
No, I'm sad.
The elders shall give his blessings to you.
With this, the three up in front all kind of bow their head and tap their jaw all the way to the ground, and you realize that all the other dragons in the room also do such. Bow and tap their head all the way down to the ground, making complete and utter contact.
I do not do that.
Gromm
I
also
roll
doesn't.
insight or something.
Gromm did, and Gromm does not also have enough insight to do such either. So,
We're all rolling insight?
if you'd like to.
I mean, I'm good at insight
Oh god.
most of the time.
Each day you recognize that it may be generally more respectful to do so. It's still up to your call.
What would be our equivalent?
Bowing,
Okay.
lowering your head.
I was just curious. I didn't want to have to
Pray to
lay
your
on the ground.
gods.
No need to Nito
Each
and
day would
fucking.
bow her head, yeah.
Yeah. Alright. It is with this. The other three. In this case, the Ishadae would not, but Juniper and Mal. Can I get a perception out of the two of you? Gromm's busy. Got it. Gromm's not paying attention.
Oh god.
Juniper, you're past. Mal, you perception.
Who is rolling a perception?
Mal is.
Thank you.
Mal, the name that I gave.
Yeah, my apologies. I was distracted momentarily.
Twins!
Look at my amazing
We're
perception roll.
winning!
DC 17 will save. Wisdom save.
Son of a
Fucking
bitch.
17. Oh!
Wow.
That was almost a 1 on my screen.
Wow.
Juniper, you
save.
as well, please.
For
Oh,
once.
Wisdom save.
Oh my god.
Aw. His was
No.
almost a 1,
He
but it was a
gave it to
19.
you.
Mine was almost a 19 and it was a 1. Someone needs to clip that.
Actually, we could just have the bot do it. Hang on.
Oh, true.
Juniper,
Clip.
much of the same before.
There you
This
go.
this massive wave of energy dissipates for a second. Ishadae, you don't get to see it. Gromm has fucking closed his eyes in solace. Just past where this council is, they all lower their heads. You now get to see this presence past it as something much larger is in the back of the room. And
Some-
just outside your vision, the edge of it, you see a large creature stepping into the room.
Oh my Jesus!
I want one.
How to Train Your Dragon shit happening right here.
Juniper,
Oh.
you black out in pure magical aura that slams into your senses and crumples to the
Wait.
ground.
Can I try and catch her?
Make a dex save.
I don't want
Yeah.
to fully hold her
I
up.
was
I
like,
want to
same.
get under her arms and make her fall slower.
Like, if she's falling, I'm also doing that.
What was it? A dex save?
Dex save or dex check?
Save.
May I roll it or do I need to?
Oh, okay. Things being weird. But, no,
I'm
you've
embarrassing myself.
Ishadae has kind of caught her, yes. You stopped her from hitting the ground for a second.
That's all that matters.
Mal, you are locked eye contact and cannot look away from this massive presence that is in the room. Ishadae, you have to make another wisdom save as well. Beautifully well. You
I'm so
can
experienced
feel
with dragons.
you can feel the presence. You can feel the absolute pressure that comes across, and dare not to raise your head. Mal, you are staring at something that predates the formation of the continents. You are looking at something that is outside of your realm of understanding. But you have felt this wave of mana just recently and recovered from it. You have found the source thereof such, and it is staring you down.
You're a big boy, huh? No.
You
say
did
that.
not say that.
I'm not
Yes,
saying
you
that.
did not say that. Wait, do you say that?
No, I was joking, but I kind of want
thank
to,
you.
so
Yes, please.
I'm gonna say it out
Ishadae would
loud.
immediately turn and be like, Mel.
What? It's a big-ass dragon. Look at it.
Just quiet.
He's pretty cool, though.
Mal is the only one that has eye contact to it with it. You kind of see it kind of intake an entire breath, and its mouth opens up for a second.
And we
make
die.
a dex save. Make a dex save.
Shipper.
Just Mal
Look
or
at that save.
everyone?
Just Mal.
Okay. Ooh.
You have this moment where you can dive down to the ground. However, you did really well with it. What can you say to Gromm as you hit the ground and you realize he's standing stock still, upright?
Can I literally just sweep his legs?
Make a strength check.
Gromm,
we're talking about.
I'm gonna try and sweep him, and then I'm gonna just yell at the same moment, like, to the floor! To the windows!
To the walls.
You get this. You get this sweep against him, who's not paying attention, and get to knock him prone.
So everyone's on the floor.
Generally, at least half-mast. And
Heyo.
Why don't you sometimes just...
They're so great, honestly. Like, it brings me joy.
I'm not fixing it. You're fine. As this eruption of just mana and pure light burns out across the center of this area and refracting across everything, as the entire area kind of brightens up for a moment, radiates, and as your eyes readjust, the large entity
No!
will have receded.
It just
You sure you're
left?
practically glowing.
I'm always glowing.
So at this point, what's happening with all the dragons in the room? Like, what are they doing?
Their heads are still on the ground currently, but... You have anything to say with it, or you just... That was your question?
I guess I'm done with my... I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna look around and wait for something to happen.
Yeah.
I said my thing. I don't know what to do now.
There is a still pause for a moment as the light kind of lingers for a moment, and then it all kind of fades back. And it is not until the ambient light in the room fully recedes back to as it was that motion starts to return to the dragons. They all kind of raise their head, and the council kind of takes the first step forward.
Your actions have brought us much shame. You shall correct with great deeds. Go now. Progress your quest.
As the
So, Mr. DM, it said they were giving like blessings from the elder. Does anyone seem different?
That's an Arcana check, sure.
I know.
With the one in front, we'll go ahead and turn. 17's not bad. No, not that you can really tell. If anything,
17's not bad.
maybe Mal seems a little brighter. I don't know.
Like smarter?
Oh no, not at all.
Glowing, like positively glowing. All right, he's moisturized.
This leads me into my question for Ishadae, which I was gonna do anyway. Lean over and be like, "So did you actually understand what they said? Their accent is a little thick."
I believe the dragon's going to be accompanying us somewhere. For something.
One kind of walks up to y'all, kind of all still down and kind of back in Sylvan. We should.
No, we know you can speak common.
Hurry out the room.
Let's
go.
What did he say? To leave?
Yes, hurry up, get up.
And then I'm just making fun of him.
See, he kind of like nudges you with your nose and whatnot. Gromm is.
I want to pick Juniper up.
I do want to help Gromm up, do like the whole forearm lift thing.
Yeah, he's come back to his senses more than not, and kind of more confused about what happened. Kind of stands himself up, dusts himself off. Sorry, dusts himself off. Juniper, will you make a wisdom save?
Sure
Yeah,
will.
you should probably
Juniper.
go like kneel by Juniper and be like, Mal, could
I'm
you?
bitch.
I'm gonna pick Juniper up.
Yeah.
You're starting to gain some bit of consciousness for that point where you can kind of like mumble and try to form words. But they're not all that there. Mal, you grab the majority of Juniper's weight near the shoulder, get to lift her up a good bit. Luckily, the two of y'all are the exact same height, so y'all can easily carry her.
Sweet.
And progress through it. And grab all three of you. I'm going to assume you're going more about there.
Yeah. Now that Gromm's up,
Okay.
he can walk on his own.
Yeah, Gromm will do his nice little turnaround, and any stop to y'all progressing about?
Nope.
Nope.
Go ahead and kind of trot on out.
Are those candelabras? What are those?
Yeah, they were hanging light fixtures, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Bump. Get a little bit of a marching order back. And we will reactivate over here.
Yay!
I'm so scared you were gonna say end session.
I know, I was thinking it too. It's
Same.
like,
I was
no!
And now that we're here, we can end.
No.
Yeah, right.
You're kidding. You're
So,
joking, right? You're joking.
Grom,
Right?
you know,
Right?
Grom generally upset being the first one and really confused on what happened here. But your other partner kind of continues all the way, or associate? We'll go with associate first.
Boyfriend?
Adventures all the way forward to
maybe.
the end of the pathway.
You on now? How are you feeling, Juniper?
Make another wisdom save.
I want a guidance.
And actually, before full conscious, give me your best unconscious statement.
What?
Well, unconscious, what do you say?
What does she mumble?
Yeah, mumbling unconscious statements.
I was trying to think of it. I don't.
What's your thoughts
feel
about the
like
shadow governments?
Shadow governments. No, I think I would have said something about Jasper and Lily if I was unconscious.
Jasper and Lily.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Yeah, no, you coming into this different area, you start to get a good distance away from that source of oppression, and your consciousness kind of re-snaps back in as you realize you're being carried by your two friends here, platonic or not. Your sibling has you at the arms.
He doesn't
and
have
you're
to be.
Heyo.
You're back conscious in the room here.
Welcome back. There was nap.
What?
You're okay?
What happened?
You fell down. You said they caught you.
She like looks over at Ishadae. Little starfallen or whatever it's called when you're like starstruck.
Starstruck.
Thank you.
So,
Okay.
do we leave now? What is... They say we do things? I don't know.
What happened with the council?
There was a big dragon. A lot
really
of
big
humming, and
dragon.
we left.
Oh. All I remember is coming in and hearing some grating voice.
Mm,
I don't think
Yeah.
common is their first language.
it was dragon big enough to eat all four of us in one little gulp.
And a couple
Oh.
elephants with it.
Yeah. It was a
Elephants?
big boy.
As you said, Mal.
I'm just gonna continue calling
I
it
assume we are
dragon.
progressing forward as
Yeah,
we're
yeah, yeah.
going.
Oh,
I'll be
yeah,
like,
sure.
yeah.
Where is little Kyanite?
I believe they're
Oh,
still with the other dragon.
little dragon was named?
I think Kyanite is fitting. Also, I know I said I was gonna pronounce it Canet, but then I forgot and I said Kyanite. So it's
You've
Canet.
just
what it is
named it.
now.
We can change it. It's okay.
No, it's not. It's out in the world now.
Kyanite.
Out in the world.
It is strong
It is
name.
the truth.
Malachite, Kyanite.
It is naming conventions.
What are conventions?
Usually smelly, sweaty, and lack of hygiene.
Moving with it. Gromm kind of confused with the whole situation, scratching his head. Yes, the situation could have gone better. He looks over to Mal. Why were you glowing?
Mel?
I took a
You
bath.
glow?
No, like with light glowing.
Am I lit? Am I on fire?
Is that how he becomes a paladin? Did he get blessed by the dragon? That's not fair. I want to be blessed by a dragon.
I don't know. Someone needs to pass an Arcana or religion check, and I might be
Me, I
able to
want
give
to
some
honor
answers.
religion, whatever.
Here we go.
Alright.
I'm doing it. I got a whole 10. I'm doing great. You got a hella plus to this.
All right. So, Mal, you're 10. You kind of notice. You feel good. You feel like your wild magics are nice and wild. Each day, he's got some magic about him. Couldn't tell you a source, but he's got some magic about him. That could be
More
something
than
about
he
blessing
originally
you.
had.
Yeah. Seems to be kind of glowing a little bit.
Well,
I would
Couldn't tell you
comment
why.
and say you seem to have more magic than you did before.
I had magic? No, I'm just
What did
kidding.
you think it was? Okay.
I don't control my magic particularly well. It kind of is part of ragey anger.
No. I am better at controlling magic.
My little pyromaniac. Pet.
Aw.
Ugh. Goes to stand next to Ishadae.
Maybe better if we wait till this calms down before getting back to town.
What is coming
wonder.
down?
This is glow.
That's probably for the best.
Am I literally like just a beacon of light in this cave?
No,
I don't think it's
no,
that
no.
strong.
It is very much just like if you actually get to look at them, that you can kind of tell, like, if it's a dark room, people can still see you. Like,
So I'm a 10-year-old
You are.
lava lamp. Got it.
yeah,
It's like you
You're a-
swallowed something radioactive, yeah.
yeah. However you want to think, you are just slightly glowing. Put that in your notes.
I gotta go put it in the notes. I got.
Is this dragon just standing staring for us, like, waiting? Or are they
He's
just
sitting,
hanging
yeah.
out?
He's just sitting and waiting. Yeah.
Oh, I feel bad. I'll go over to him then.
Glad to see you all.
Is it in Sylvan or is it in Common?
It's in Sylvan.
In Sylvan, she'll reply, I know you can speak Common. I don't want to keep translating.
It is a rugged language.
It's one they can all understand.
Sylvan is also not a strong suit as is.
You're saying this dragon is talking common? What was that?
Oh, could you hear?
Yeah, what was that?
Thump your goddamn
It
mic.
literally sounded like you face palmed when I asked that.
No,
Oh,
I
you
brought a
just headbutted.
candle.
Oh. It's kind of like you headbutted the mic. Like,
No, I brought a candle. I didn't even consider that you guys would hear it.
Oh my god.
This is going great.
Sorry, what was the question?
Juniper asked if it's been speaking common.
I said that in Sylvan, didn't I?
you told it to speak common. I guess.
Oh.
I could guess like no, I could say that in common. That's fine.
No, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought the words that had spoken were that the dragon was now speaking in common.
No, yeah. He did speak in common in the cave, but it was as you were unconscious.
Yeah, I redact that.
Okay.
I think I was too distracted with Big Dragon. I didn't even notice. I didn't realize it in game, so I don't realize it in game.
Fair enough.
That being said, I try and rub off the glow. I don't know. I don't know what to do with the glow. I'm just gonna like rub some dirt on it.
Make a medicine check. It doesn't seem to have any much effect. If he started coating some dirt on it, and it seemed to shine a little less.
Do you think I should just roll around?
You may need some good layers of mud. To
Look
be
around for mud.
Earth elemental today. Also, here's your little face, by the way.
Yeah, okay.
Little face?
Everybody look at that thing, and you tell me does it look like a face? Does it look like a Powerpuff Girl's face?
Talking about different directions. I see a face that's like
It's
a
like
kind of moon with an eye
facing down-
and a
oh,
smile.
okay. Well, I don't have
He's
the
looking this way.
fucking drawing capacity.
Mine's
I do.
looking left.
Wait, don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Okay.
We should all draw the face we see.
Can I draw? Am I allowed to draw?
I just took a screenshot. I'm gonna draw over top of it.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Here's a quick derailment. Just a
Complete
quick check-in.
derailment. Hang on.
I looked over at it and I was like, "Oh yeah, that thing." Yeah. But I agree with Ford. How is he looking right? He's looking left.
Oh god.
No, because that's like the white of his eye. It's just the black part is the white of
Inverted?
his eye.
No, the black part is his actual pupil.
Yeah.
No, because I think he's looking the other way. I can actually no, I can see him looking backwards as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's like.
But the way
pointing
the
away.
way I saw it was he was wearing glasses.
Mine is definitely face down, looking down.
What does that mean?
Hang on, I got mine done. Let me post
Oh, I
it
see
for everybody.
yours now. I see.
Right?
it. That's not what I saw though.
I'll have to put these in the actual damn.
Oh,
font.
I see.
Andy,
It's
no, I
giving
don't see what
Phineas
you
and
see
Ferb.
either. I see like a moon.
Oh, yeah, see, wait, what?
I see a moon with an eye and a mouth.
Eyes looking down.
Like the two eyeballs are looking to the left.
Like, for my guy, his eyes are the straight line, like the father in Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
So, really, what we're discovering is art is up to interpretation.
Yeah.
I can't believe we all see a different one. Wait, do you two see the same? No, because that's a nose, that's a... Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what Blaine's...
I don't really
No one-
see Blaine.
No one can see what I see. It's okay.
I don't understand
Each
how
other's-
that shape is a neck.
It's
I don't understand how Sal's is an eyeball. I'm trying
I
to.
get Sal's.
Wait, no, I'm gonna send you the picture of Flint's dad from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, and
I
as soon
can
as you
picture
see it, you're gonna get it.
If I turn my head this way, right, and I look at it as in like this is the hair, and then he has like an eye here, and this would be like an entire jaw.
Look.
I could see him looking
I
down
kind of
that
see
way.
what you're doing here.
I
Andy,
can't
what
even
is
see
this
the original
bit?
fucking rock anymore.
Like,
Like if I view as this is like the top of his head.
Oh,
Yeah.
like this
And turn my
kind
Yeah,
of
and then
thing.
his nose is going down this way.
Yeah.
And then this is this line here is his chin.
Yeah. I can see.
Yeah. That's what I see.
I mean, I gotta turn my head sideways to do it, and
Oh.
ignore the whole other.
Oh, actually, you know
eyeball
what?
area.
This line here, this could be his ear.
That's a big ass ear.
Oh my god.
What?
All right.
Moving
All right.
forward.
Moving forward.
Oh,
We
wait,
have
I see
derailed.
Ford's face now.
No.
I see Ford's face.
No.
All right.
Yeah. So that was a funny thing when I was making the map. That Blaine pointed out. He's like, "That looks like a fucking face," and I was like,
Wait, I see Blaine's face now.
Thank you.
"I don't."
Wait, I need to focus to see Blaine's. I don't get Blaine's.
Wait, maybe I get it. Wait, hold on. Let me do my drawing again.
Blaine, are the circles you drew its eyes?
Yeah, draw better,
Mhm.
Blaine.
But they're
I
facing
get half
left.
of it, but
Like
the
they're
one
looking
eye
left.
is...
The point at the bottom is the nose. That tiny little line under the nose is the mouth. And then you have the neck. And it's as if they're like leaned over or turned, but their entire head has like swiveled a little bit backwards so they can look behind them.
I get it, but then it's the big circle here that like I can't ignore.
Yeah, there's a whole lot more going on there.
And that's just not part of yours, and that bugs me because that's all I see.
No, if I view that as like his hairline going down the vertical, I can see that.
I could see that.
Okay.
Wait, I have
Glad
one
we
more
had this
picture.
one.
Every time we try and be like, okay, somebody says something.
Wow, Sam. Detail.
Apparently, I need to step up my game.
I see that, but that kind of looks like a fish to me.
Looks like a Nemo. Yeah. Okay. Hair. Yeah.
All right, I'm happy now.
Okay. Well, good. Well, good. Well, good. All right.
All I can see is the moon with glasses on.
All right.
What?
All right. Don't. No, we're moving. We're going. All right, let's jump back into this. Yeah. Old boy here don't like speaking common. That's where we left off. Mal's still glowing. Wants to find some bud. Good luck. It's all dry here.
Who wants to find some bud?
Mud.
Mud.
Oh.
I'll probably glow more. Okay. At this point, I'm gonna ask Ishadae, because I still don't know this thing speaks common. Can we leave cave?
Each day's just gonna look at the dragon.
Why are you looking at dragon?
Sylvan. This is our next path to leave.
Tips to you too. What did he say?
What did he say? I could not understand that.
It is our next path to leave.
God, he's never just straightforward.
He doesn't know Sylvan that well.
Okay, wait.
Then don't. I
does
thought
he know
said
well?
Sylvan was his best language. That's why he wanted to speak Sylvan.
It's
I wanna
better
see if
than
I can-
common.
I want to see if I can determine. No, I'm fucking dumb. Got it. Nope, I can't connect the dots.
Ishadae would say, wait, sorry, my brain's lagging. Give it a second.
Buffering.
Ishadae would say, we're leaving now.
Oh, that's good. Okay. You got anything that makes me darker?
Ishadae would ask the dragon, is there a way to get him to stop glowing?
Let me insight that.
I really want to cast darkness.
I also want to cast it.
Thinking.
I've been waiting to cast it.
You wish to remove the blessing or just suppress? It's his gift. You should be proud
What
of
does
it.
the blessing do, exactly?
Shall protect him and allow him to better utilize himself.
Apparently it's the blessing. I'm translating, give me 2 seconds.
I know. I wanted to be obnoxious. You go ahead.
Ishadae would reply and say, no, turn to Mal and say, it'll apparently protect you and allow you to better apply yourself. I've forgotten the exact wording.
Oh, definitely need that.
What?
And then Ishadae would turn back to the dragon and say, is there a way to just remove the glowing part of it?
Not of my capabilities.
Also, with this moment that you hear another set of footsteps approaching.
Are they little
Footsteps?
pitter pattering?
Ah,
Nope.
They're big
Dang it.
ones.
Oh, there's a
Turns.
little one there.
Gromm is not paying attention.
I'll walk
Mr.
backwards.
DM. Can I suck a spell slot out of my gem?
I definitely didn't think that's where that was going.
Yep. The word choice that you use.
Wow.
You're getting mad at me for saying half-mast, and that's how you're gonna ask that? Are you out of spell slots?
I used one earlier.
Oh yeah, you can. Just restore a spell slot. Take
Okay,
one
now I want to go tap Mal on the shoulder.
With the spell
Uh-huh.
slot?
No.
off.
No.
Yes. Yellow.
I want to hold the gem out to him and be like, try putting some of your magic into this and explaining to him however I did it, because I don't remember the method.
Arcana and Arcana first.
From me or from him?
Yeah, no, for both of you, I guess, really,
Okay.
but from Ishadae. Mal, run an investigation as well.
Investigation?
Mm-hmm.
These are not... You have asked me for all of the skills I am so bad at. Why?
I was gonna say I'll guidance him on them, but I don't think I can fix a one.
No.
You broke my gem, I'm gonna be so mad.
Mal, I want you're receiving this gem, right? You're holding it, it's about the size of, it's the full size of your palm. I want you to hold this, and I need you to look it over to find a spot to insert. You need a crevice, you need a hole, you need a coin slot.
Investigation?
No, I wanted to explain to him how I did it. I just don't remember specifically
I know what
it
you're
was.
explaining. The entire time, Mal is just tossing it in his hands and looking around, trying to find where to insert his mana.
So, like, is there a little hole? Like, put the finger in?
No. You just take it in both hands.
Okay, I'm gonna... I'm gonna hold it in both hands.
Yeah.
Yep.
Explanation being to focus and funnel any kind of magic you have into this.
I want to guidance everything he does still.
I
if he doesn't
want
keep
to
rolling
rage
ones.
to do it so bad, but I don't want to waste my last rage, so I'm not going to.
Do it.
I don't want to.
Do it for the vine.
Do it.
All right.
Do it.
I am going to. I'm gonna go like full Super Saiyans, like yell as I try and push magic into the crystal.
He's gonna break it.
Which sounds like.
They would like lean back and be like.
Thank you.
Wait, I gotta roll the other thing too. I got.
Yep, roll your wild magic
Juniper's
and roll a
gonna look
strength check.
mildly disappointed.
What's 5?
What's a 5?
Being a creature hits you with an attack roll, you rage takes force damage. Ooh,
Oh, that's cool. I got
what a
thorns.
good one. Run a religion check, please.
Guidance, please. Oh thank God you didn't
that
do bad.
almost was a 20.
Oh, it's a lip.
Oh, I guess I don't roll that. Doesn't matter.
You
Got
both roll a 1.
No, we both rolled a 1.
Christ.
Mal is just cursed today.
It's been a rough day, guys.
Bro, you're supposed to have a dragon blessing now.
I'm screaming. Literally.
A 13. Literally. You're raging. Give me a strength check.
Oh, no. I hope I don't do anything bad. Okay, it's the middle of the line.
Since you're raging, all strength checks are made with advantage.
Yep. Oh
Oh
boy.
no.
Please don't break the crystal. Please don't break the crystal. Please don't.
Ishadae. You hear an audible crack.
No!
As he is
I would
screaming
like
and holding.
to
Ishade's
But-
hand
try
to
and
head
steal that gem away from my brother who is going to destroy this crystal.
As he's audibly screaming, you do start to see the inside of this naturally colorless crystal start to shine with a slight twinkling of bright white light.
Wait, so it's working?
Wait. So
Something's working, yeah.
put magic into it. Got it.
Mal, run another Arcana check.
Can I try and swipe the crystal?
If you can beat a 21 in strength.
Wow.
Oh, I was kind of hoping I could try a sleight of hand.
Ishadae, give me guidance.
He is
Get me over
very
the hump.
firmly
I'm still
holding it.
guidancing you. You roll it.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah.
considering I have a minus in strength,
Dirty
I don't
20.
think I can.
Guys, we are
Wow,
outstanding
wow.
right now.
Juniper, run an Arcana check. Do better than 13.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
that
better
was
than
almost
13.
a 6.
I don't know. Is that better?
All right. Juniper, you know, you're just you you hear the crack. You're uncomfortable with it. You reach your hands out to also, get a hold of this crystal, but you're trying to do it courtesy first. Go to just kind of grab it and let me just, and you go to pull, but you feel the emptiness of it as you do, and you innately push your own mana into it. Right as Mao also starts to push with a lot more flow his own mana into the center of this.
God.
Ishadae, make an Arcana check.
Twinception!
I'm pretty sure mine's still in there as well because I only took one out of it. What am I doing? Arcana?
Mm-hmm.
That was a 15. That's rude.
You get to at least see the different colors now all swirling together in there. There's a stream of white, there's a stream of black, and there's a stream of green, all kind of starting to swirl in there a bit violently. Mal, make another strength check.
Blah, 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 blah. Don't break the crystal.
And you're still raging.
Yep. Oh, yep. Great.
Okay. And you're guidanced. That's rolls. Ability checks rolls?
It counts, yeah.
Click.
Yeah. Ability check.
22.
I'll put it in there.
Yeah. So we're just gonna start with Rom. Okay. Can I get everybody else doing a dex check?
Yeah.
Check.
Check.
There's a lot happening right now.
Oh, wow. Good job.
Look at me go. I finally
Oh!
didn't do terrible.
Everyone did really well, except
I'm
for
just like,
Grom,
oh, crystal.
Yep.
who is interestedly kind of looking forward at what's going on here as this second crack forms across it, and a giant blast of mana reaches out and strikes Grom in the face as he recoils backwards, coiling
Grom.
over, and kind of hunches over, holding his face, screaming in agony for a moment.
Oh, you still go over to him and kneel down.
I don't have a way to heal him.
Mal, you feel this crystal and gem in your hand now starting to shake and vibrate and buzz, and it is getting to the point there of it is actually forcing back against your hands.
I will not drop the thing because it is not mine and I don't want to break it.
Mm-hmm. There's a buzz coming from it now.
Am I gonna overload this crystal? Hang on. Well, I'm gonna hold it. I don't know better.
Run another strength check.
God damn it.
Juniper, what you doing?
Ouch. I would stay the course.
You're trying to get it out of his hand still?
Oh, no. I
Or
mean,
you
we're all
just-
just pooling mana into it now, so.
You two are.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is.
Yours is
It's
already
a
in there.
crystal. It's making noise.
Just give it back.
I would like to hand it to Ishadae.
You should make a strength check.
I'd love to. I'm
Oh
gonna
boy.
fly across the room.
Like an electric shock.
That was
wow.
also one.
Yeah. You go to take this, and you feel how violently it's been shaking and vibrating as you get 2 hands on it as well. That's not normal. Run an Arcana with it.
Love to.
It seems to be a bit over capacity right now, and very volatile.
Ishadae's gonna say, go help Gromm and take a step away from people and try and take the magic out of it.
What are you funneling or channeling it towards? Or are you just trying to let a slow release?
Trying to take it out, like take the magic into myself.
Okay. Another Arcana check.
Uh-oh.
Not guidancing Mal anymore.
No,
Nope.
it's mine.
Mm-hmm. I like the +1. With a good bit of. Huh?
Oh, that was Juniper saying that.
Yeah, with a good bit of struggle, you kind of trying to start to move your mana around out of it, but it's starting to swirl violently with the other 2. And I need you to also make a Constitution save or check.
Okay.
This crystal's starting to heat up as well. Uncomfortably so.
So, like, I need to put it down? Is that what it is?
You can make another
Like,
Arcana
what?
check to try and get that spell slot out of there. Equivalent. Damn, that's some magic mastery we know.
God.
As you kind of start to form this in your hand and try and press and slow down the rotation of mana in there, you also start to pull and siphon your own green mana out and leave the other 2 swirling about, but at a much slower rate. Which you do a good bit of struggle, but successfully. There is a
Can I try and
calming.
pull their magic out as well?
Yes,
Can I roll something to see what she's doing?
Arcana.
Do I roll Arcana as well?
Hey, good job, Juniper.
I don't know what I'm doing now.
Gromm's just kind of rolling in pain with a bit of like seared, bubbling flesh across his cheek.
Yeah, I have nothing for that. Ooh, I have a potion. Wait.
No.
No, I don't. I don't have a potion. I lied to you.
Okay.
I think I used that.
I think you should still have one, but it might have been with an import, but we'll get that out later. You want to try and move the next another spell slot out? Another set of mana?
You said I took my magic out. There's still their 2 magic in there, right?
Yes.
I want to try and take that out, yeah.
Where are you channeling that to?
Like, can I take it out? It was more of the question since it's not my magic.
You can manipulate it, yes.
Okay, if it's fine then and not still freaking out, she'll leave it.
Okay, yeah. Juniper,
Just put it back in the bag.
You kind of you got to look over as she was manipulating and moving mana as you're coming to get more familiar with everything, and you see her the deep green of her magic recede back through her palms into her, and all that's left is now a swirling slow pull of this white and black color in the center of the gem for the 2 other types of mana, which you feel an affinity with the dark black mana.
Are you stealing our magic?
It was mine. It was in here before.
But I put magic in there too.
And yours is still in there. If you want to take it.
She looks at the gem and holds her hands out.
She would sigh slightly, but she would pass it over to her.
I'm still screaming.
Ah!
I'm like in the middle of an episode, still going. I got 8 more to go before I fight Frieza.
Juniper, we run an Arcana.
Nice.
Well enough, yeah. You go to try and try to manipulate it. At first, you kind of actually like stroke your hand along the gemstone, trying to get it to move, and you realize not really much of that, but you focus actually on the mana for it, and you kind of start to try and pull on the darker mana that you have the affinity to, but as it's still kind of a slow swirl and well mixed with the other mana, it almost has a tug and a resistance to it, as it's not really moving all that well.
Is Mal still glowing?
Mal is still slightly glowing, albeit less.
Okay. Did she get her magic out? Sorry.
Juniper did not. No.
Okay. I'll guidance her, tell her how I did it, like the same thing I told Mal, and then.
Oh, that's so cool. You're teaching me how to do magic.
As someone who already has a better affinity with magic, Juniper, will you run an Arcana with advantage?
Plus guidance?
The guidance will happen because she's guidancing, but the advantage is because you're better with magic than
Well, no, yeah, but I just mean that's a lot of bonuses. God damn.
Just happens.
We need you to succeed.
Yes, in which you do. You do end up, much like picking up a rope and uncoiling it out, you kind of start siphoning yours back out and into you, but you feel almost a bit uneasy as it's not completely yours anymore. It's been mixed and it's touched others, and it is a bit unnatural. What normally feels like a nice shadowy embrace now has a new life to it. It definitely something that seems more
we basically all just
more
mixed our
energetic.
magics.
Yeah.
More energetic?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Ooh.
okay.
What is Mal doing to help Gromm? Is he just
I'm
Standing
screaming. I don't know how to help Gromm.
okay? Ishadae would come back over and be like, Mal, just take the gem, try and get your magic out of it. Ask Juniper, I'll help him.
Okay.
Oh, I meant to say put your magic into it.
I will attempt to push as much of my magic into it while I'm scream raging as possible.
Mm-hmm. Run an
Okay.
Arcana check.
I want to heal Gromm.
Please do.
To be clear, I have not relinquished this gem because
No,
Mal
you-
did not say he was taking it from my possession. And as he is storing his magic into this gem, I would like to attempt to siphon his magic out.
That's a good question. Since he put his blessed magic in there and we all took it out from the same bottle, can we all be blessed?
Juniper, run an Arcana check. And you have guidance still. Yeah.
You know what? It's still healing. That's
Oh
fine.
god.
Tis still healing.
So,
Mal, you start trying to push in your mana again. You can start to feel almost a bit of your vitality itself starting to kind of fade for a second as you what you know is your rage kind of starts to calm. So you get to force some more of your energy into this crystal. And at first it's a little unnatural as you kind of feel weaker with it, but you can feel the direction and the motion of it, so you kind of gesture more of your energy more forward. Juniper, it is aggressive for you as you go to try and sense and feel at Mal's mana in there, and it is high rate of speed. It feels spiky and pointy. It's something that kind of prickles and burns at you a little bit. Not the greatest at handling it.
Ouch. Can I keep trying?
Yeah, you can.
Cool. I roll again?
Yeah. From the both of you, please.
Arcana?
God damn it.
Wow.
Your sister's taking all your bad rolls for you, so you can get good rolls.
Apparently. Thanks, sis.
Oh. Mal.
Yep.
You get this whole push of mana in there, and you get to start to see the cracks and any of the imperfections in this crystal start to reform itself as it starts to almost repair and reconnect its own fibers of what shouldn't be there back into one solid piece. Juniper, you have the same pains as you continue to try and touch a stack of needles to find a piece of hay.
That's the saying.
That is now.
Mal, you seem just about back to normal as well.
Do I not glow anymore?
Just about. Give me one more.
This is it. This is the one.
I'm gonna keep trying to siphon his magic.
Amazing.
That was the one.
God damn it.
You tried,
Mal.
so.
Mal. You get this full focus, right? You completely compress all your mana. You take a deep breath and you release the rage that's in you. And you feel it kind of fall from your shoulders. The weight kind of falls down to your elbows, through your hands, and into this crystal. You feel relaxed. You are at peace for just a good, brief moment. You are not angry. You're okay. And you have this nice warm egg inside your hands.
Warm egg?
Go with the picture. You relax for a second. You open your eyes and you look back at this crystal. It is now completely glossed over with this white emanating light from it. And it is in an almost a perfect round shape anymore. There are no jagged edges. It has softened itself all the way around, almost like a large embryo.
Oh, jeez.
Like the whole crystal just became an egg.
Rounded, but still solid, yes.
Wait, the crystal actually changed shape, or the magic
Yes.
inside?
The crystal itself changed shape.
So it has become whole again, and it is no longer cracked.
Yes, also true. And with this, your
I'm fine now.
Crom's fine.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry, continue.
Yeah.
The dragon who is in back been watching this entire situation kind of stops, and almost in awe at this point, and speaks in a common tongue here.
Which one?
Oh, all the damn time.
This
one
fucker?
behind you. Yes.
You have done well.
And with that, the other one who had walked up and seen this entire thing comes forward, and the little one next to it kind of hops off of its back and come on
Come on now.
the one.
Come on now.
I can click it and it won't deselect the other one. Ain't that a funny thing? Hops down off of it and kind of like rubs the back of its head and its shoulder and wing up against your calf as it kind of passes by you. In very much a little cat fashion, as it then also walks over to Juniper and kind of circles your leg to sit next to you. But the larger, older one kind of comes by, and the first words you also get to hear it speak as it kind of drops in low, common tone as well. We have not seen that magic in plenty of years. Well done.
What kind of magic?
exactly kind of magic?
Yeah. Wonder Twins.
I believe in your tongue. It is that of creation.
Juniper cocks her head. Because all she knows of her magic is that it's fiery and destructive.
Is this from the bigger dragon in the other
Yeah.
room?
No. Oh,
That's from-
you're asking
Yeah.
this one then? Oh. This is not his blessings doing. May an assistance, not the outcome.
Wow.
So, like...
It is with that.
No.
No.
No! I didn't hear it. It's not true.
We'll go ahead and pick this up in 2 weeks.
Oh my god.
That's just rude.
26th.
I'm so mad.
So,
I'm so sad.
creation magic.
Whatever that means.
He did say you were going to be the main character.
Apparently. The main character.
That's
Oh,
really
oh no, I
cool.
am the protagonist. I do everything badly.
Can't even get no bitches.
Can't get no bitches.
Literally, you're the main character in anime having to come save the women from the dragon.
And they're having a tea party when you get there.
Yeah, they're doing fine. I'm the one who's had trouble getting around.
Struggling.
Wow.
It gets
Good
closer and
shit.
closer to being accurate.
All right. Yeah. With that, we make a great
It is dandy.
transition. I hope you all had a great time today.
I did. Thank you very much, Mr. DM.
Ole mole.
Mole mole. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for
So many more
running.
questions.
Oh, I have so many things to put in chat. I need to note.
I will answer one question from everybody.
Any question.
Any question.
Any question.
Any question.
Oh. But I have specific questions. But I need broad ones answered. Somebody ask what the name for the town is of I Hate Sand. Somebody ask.
What is the name of the town of I Hate Sand?
Yep. One more.
Or maybe the Emperor's
To the
name.
direct pronunciation for it too.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. I just want to know. We should probably ask something more apt.
Relevant to our situation.
Yeah. Board. You know what you need to
What?
ask, right?
No.
It's the thing you ask every time we play D&D.
Do we level up, Mr. DM?
Yes.
Yay!
I've been getting confused with my level 6 for ages because I keep reading it and thinking I have it and then being like, well, nope, never mind.
What do I get for my level up? I'm so
Great.
excited.
Question.
Disappointment.
Oh.
Oh.
Babel.
Babel?
Sabel.
Sawbell.
Sabel.
How did you come up with Sawbell?
Is it? Don't worry about it.
You have a Baybell next to you, don't you?
No, I do not. I was making sure I didn't get it confused with the actual name of the bar that I had for the place. But
Okay.
the better thing is, do you remember what is important about the people of the I Hate Sand area?
I cannot recall.
They hate sand?
They
Likely.
do not enjoy sand. It's very true. They're French.
All right.
Oh, Salvel it's
Aha.
beautiful.
No.
What?
No.
What the fuck do you think it means?
Heyo.
We'll get back to that then.
Oh my god.
But.
So, in any
Mal,
case,
question?
my question, I wanted to think on it, but I will ask.
You don't get to pocket it.
I was hoping to pocket it. Okay. All right. Okay. How?
Like an expertise level for.
Okay. This is aimed at my compatriots, not at the DM compatriots. Should I ask about the weird egg thing?
Yeah.
What
I want to know if
exactly?
we get a baby dragon.
What
We're already getting a teenager and a baby.
I don't want an edgy teenager.
Oh my god.
I still don't know it speaks common. Oh wait, I guess I do now.
Yeah, it just spoke to you.
Yeah, it did just speak to me. I want to punch it here in a minute, but okay. Okay, Mr. DM, my question is what I want to think of an exact set of words for this, but what precisely what will the egg become? There. That's my question. What will the egg become?
He's gonna say some shit like it depends on what you do with it.
I know, that's why I was like,
I think y'all are being too hung up on it being egg-shaped. It is still a
literally
crystal.
Yeah, but you were so
an egg.
focused on the word
You
egg.
literally
I
called
know.
it
You
an
were
egg.
weirdly
I
focused on that
understand
word.
I understand this.
I need an omelet.
As
We'll make
far
one when
as
the baby dragon comes along.
if it answers your question, I do not expect anything to become of the egg.
Okay.
Like as it to hatch out or transform into anything. I do not expect that.
This isn't a Yu Yu Hakusho thing.
Do I have
God.
to re-import my character sheet now?
We'll deal with that before next session, so I can make sure your inventories don't get scrambled.
And next session is officially on 2 weeks from now on the 26th.
Okay.
Is that correct for all involved?
Mm-hmm.
Glorious. Well, with that, chat, thank you for joining us today for such a wonderful session. It was a hella good time, actually. We're gonna go say hi to somebody. I don't know who yet. We'll go say hi to, probably go pop in on Snack, because Snack's doing things.
Sammy's doing, I think, a birthday collab.
Yeah?
Playing party games.
Well,
Snack has lots of viewers, too. We'll go
Sammy?
pop in on Sammy, because I don't pop in on Sammy very much. Anyway, so thanks everybody for being here with us today. I hope everyone has a great rest of their
what the fuck? Where did
Saturday. Anyway, thanks
Bye,
everybody for
Jack.
being here. Have a great rest of your Saturday.
Bye.
Stay bold.